Good morning and namaskar to the plethora of distinguished guests who have assembled here with us today. This is the day we mark the first chapter in the epoch-making aspirations of literary and intellectual rigor, not just of the words in our languages, but we initiate an invocation to understand the harmony of silences and the possibilities of the spoken word. We initiate seeking the blessings of the Almighty by lighting the lamp. To do the honors, I request Honorable Principal to escort our distinguished guests to kindle the fire of intellect and light the fire of happiness and languages. Madam and sir, please. We are blessed by the presence of Dr. Nisha Peshin, Director PS2 and Academics, DAV-CMC and Dean United Foundation, amidst us, who have joined this conclave virtually. We are elated by your presence, ma'am. Thank you so much for the honor. We are also blessed by the presence of Dr. Arun Kumar Rath, Chairman, DAV Pokriput, and former Union Secretary, Ministry of HRT, who have joined us virtually. May the Almighty guide us for instilling the fire of intellect and curiosity in our children who are in themselves living personation of the values of this distinguished institution. I thank our guests to do the honors and I request them to kindly take their seats. Thank you so much, Madam and Sirs. To pay our obeisance to this great institution, I request all to please stand for the DAV gun.
अविरल निर्मल सलिल सदय ज्ञान प्रदायिनी ज्योतिर्मय हो चहु दिशि उद्घोष अभय DAV जय जय DAV जय जय प्रबल प्रवाहमयी नित नूतन जीवन दायिनी सदा सनातन वेद प्रणीता परम पुनीता ये धारा अक्षय DAV जय जय DAV जय जय दयानंद से प्रेम भक्ति ले हंसराज से त्याग शक्ति ले धर्म भक्ति का राष्ट्र शक्ति का हो दिन मान उदय DAV जय जय DAV जय जय सुख समृद्धि इसकी लहरें प्रेम शांति इसके तट ठहरे सघन शांतिमय प्रबल क्रांतिमय लिए अटल निश्चय DAV जय जय DAV जय जय.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly take your seats. The hallmark of DAV Pokriput lies in its zeal towards the inception of excellence through our actions of work is worship. This has been possible with the strive and mentoring of our visionary principal, Dr. Sujata. I request Madam to come on the dais and present the welcome address.
Honorable Director, PS2 and Academics, and Dean DAV United Foundation, Dr. Nisha Peshin, ma'am. esteemed Chairman of the School Managing Committee and former Union Secretary, Ministry of HRD, Government of India, Dr. Arun Kumar Rath, esteemed Chairman of JV Public School, Kalinganagar, and former Chairman of this school, Sri Madan Mohan Panda, Revered Regional Director, DAV Institutions, Odisha, Dr. K.C. Satpathy, respected ARO, Mrs. Ipsita Das, Principal, DAV Unit 8, our guest, Mrs. Prachitara Mishra, eminent storyteller, my co-principals of DAV Institutions, Odisha Zone, my colleagues from different DAV institutions of Odisha, and my dear students, and all the notable stakeholders who have joined us through an online platform. Namaskar and warm greetings and a hearty welcome to the first DAV Literature Conclave at DAV Public School, Pokriput. The height of a nation's literature indicates the height of a country's character. It being the best mirror of the society reflects not only the material advancement of the civilization, but also loudly speaks about a spiritual, intellectual, and cultural progress. My deepest gratitude to DAV Center of Academic Excellence and DAV United Foundation, whose brainchild, DAV Literary Conclave, has made its first footfall in Odisha today. I feel immensely happy that this celebration of literature, artistic symphonies, and creative expressions with the visit of many distinguished personalities to our campus, both online and offline portals, have ushered a new dimension. And dear children, we are really blessed to have with us Dr. Nisha Peshin, who is going to inaugurate or declare the DAV Literature Conclave of Pokriput School open today. As this conclave promises freshness of thoughts, aesthetic refinement in communication, and knowledge of the plethora of job opportunities in the literary arena and the budding authors, a platform to launch their books. I'm absolutely hopeful that this modest beginning will be a seed revolution to attract many intellectual minds to join the literary mainstream. And on this momentous occasion, we are extremely fortunate to have a galaxy of our eminent personalities, like Nisha Peshin ma'am, the chairman of our school, Dr. Arun Kumar Rath, our regional director, Dr. K.C. Satpathy, the chairman of Kalinganagar School, Mr. Madan Mohan Panda, and with the principals of our sister concerned schools in our school campus today. And the school is blessed to have all of them here. Madam Dr. Nisha Peshin, who herself is a bright star in the literary firmament, being the author of the best-selling book, Let Them Fly, My Tryst with Kids. I feel extremely pleased to mention that Nisha ma'am's path-breaking role in curriculum designing created the best educational materials uniformly followed by 9,000 plus DAV schools across the country. She is one of the greatest advocates of continuous improvements and the messenger of positive change, who encourages every DAVian to share the best practices wherever she goes. I extend my warm welcome to Madam Dr. Nisha Peshin, who is ever ready to help us in all circumstances and with a pleasing smile. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Arun Kumar Rath, the chairman of the School Managing Committee, former secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of HRD, Government of India. A true educationist at heart, Dr. Rath has become an inseparable pillar of strength of the school, not missing a single opportunity to motivate and encourage us in all our endeavors within the last 2 years. I offer a gracious welcome to Sri Madan Mohan Panda, esteemed chairman of DAV Public School, Kalinganagar, and former chairman of our school, who has been actively and thoroughly associated with our school. His rich experience and guiding spirit have led the school successfully for years together. I extend my warmest welcome to Dr. K.C. Satpathy, the Revered Regional Director, DAV Institutions, Odisha, to this literary conclave. A role model to many, Dr. Satpathy's single-minded devotion to a worthy cause has brought extraordinary transformation in the educational sphere of Odisha. I welcome you, sir, to this first of its kind program in our school. I take the privilege to welcome my co-principals of DAV Institutions, Odisha, for the blessed presence that creates a festivity of togetherness along with the ARO, Mrs. Ipsita Das, the principal of DAV Unit 8. I welcome our guest, Ms. Prachitara Mishra, Mr. Deepak Das, and the budding authors to this conclave. They are the real stars of this occasion to inspire my students who are sitting right in front of me and to relish the sweetness of art and literature. It's a great pleasure to welcome all the members from the press and electronic media to our celebration of literary expression whose presence ensures a reach to a large world. I extend a warm welcome to the teachers from our sister concern school and my very own colleagues, invited dignitaries whose love and support freshens up our zeal and urge us to work with a rejuvenated spirit. In this joy of celebration, I welcome my students of class 6, 7, and 8, who are creative by birth in spirit and enthusiasm and rightful ambassadors of the culture and literature from one era to the next. Once again, I welcome each and everyone present in this auditorium and on the online platform, and let us promise to serve the world by spreading the natural fragrance of literature in the true sense. Thank you. Jai Hind, Bande Utkala Janani.
Thank you, madam, for your invigorating words. Thank you for always identifying the pulse of possibilities and experiences in our ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, the institutional structure across academia needs industrious faculties and students with a command over languages. Languages become a voice of our silences, enabling our professional and academic successes. This COVID pandemic has shunned us in the echoes of silences. This DAV Literature Conclave couldn't have come at a better time. Today, we have the pleasure of Dr. Nisha Pashin, Director PS2 and Academics, DAV CMC, and Dean, DAV United Foundation amidst us, who have joined this conclave virtually. The splendid vision of DAV Literature Conclave is in many ways her brainchild. Her book, Let Them Fly, My Trust with Kids, is in itself a landmark in the field of literature. I beseech you, Dr. Pashin, to declare the Literature Conclave open. Madam, please.
Thank you so much for giving me this honor. With all pleasure and happiness, I declare the Literature Conclave of DAV School, Pokriput, Orissa open.
Can we have a round of applause? Thank you so much, madam. I request you to bless this gathering with your words now, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this conclave, of course, not physically, but virtually. First of all, I must compliment DAV School Pokriput for taking this initiative and having literature conclave in their school, which is going to be first of its kind in Orissa zone. Now, a little background I would like to share with you all how this literature conclave came into existence. During pandemic, we all know that our children and we too were glued with the machines or machine which is called computer, and the whole transaction, academic and non-academic, was happening through this machine. When pandemic was over, we could hear a lot of things about how children are getting glued to computers, how children are getting glued to shortcuts, how children are using their cell phones and going away from the pleasure which normally the campuses give to the children. Now, keeping that in mind, when we started thinking, we felt during pandemic also, if any profession worked very well, that was the profession where the person had the background of language. Because that time, people having the skill of script writing, having good command on language, having the essence of ebooks, were able to do their job better. You all must be knowing at that time, Netflix and Prime TV and so many other channels came up where everybody wanted to have a script writer, where everybody wanted to have a person who has the proficiency on language. Now, that was something which made us conscious that how language is important in today's time when we are dealing with machines. And machines can also not work in isolation if they are not fed with good content. So that was one of the aspects which prompted us and motivated us to think in that direction. Secondly, during pandemic, many children, teachers, they went back to writing books. I personally met many children who had written books, but they didn't have any platform where they could present the book which they had written. They didn't have even the publishers who could publish their write-ups. So those budding authors who are not getting any platform, we thought that we have to think of those budding authors also and give them that platform, which is quite required. So the modules started getting generated, and this module of one-day literature conclave, we felt should be part of any school. It's not very important to have an elaborate conclave. It can happen in libraries also. And when I'm talking about libraries, during this time, we felt we need to go through how our libraries are working. Surprisingly, when we were doing the recce, we asked the children, who is, in your opinion, the best teacher in the school? They said the sports teacher, because sports teacher makes us do many activities. And we said the class or the place which you don't want to visit. And the instant answer was library. Because all the time we are supposed to keep silence there, and all the almirahs are locked, and we are not even supposed to touch the books. And many a times the books are not as per our age, so those are not age specific books. So all those things culminated in this thought process that we have to regenerate our concept of library. We have to make our libraries vibrant. We have to set aside this keep silence symbol, and let there be storytelling sessions, let there be reading sessions, let there be discussion sessions in library. Maybe there is some corner where some serious reading is happening, but on the whole, library cannot be a place which is not vibrant. So initially we held some conclaves, and we felt that the response was very good. And the children, they could understand that language and literature is not limited to only a hobby. We cannot have reading only a hobby. And how the language can make a, a, a professional platform for you, how it can be professionally used. So the conclave had a session, and I'm sure you must be also having a session where we are telling children how language can be used as a profession at the later stage of their life. They can be script writers, they can be book writers, they can be the storytellers. There are so many, they can be the language developers. There are so many areas which are there as a profession for the children. So that is how this concept got generated. And I'm very happy that DAV schools took the whole thing instantly and started implementing it in their own way as per the guidelines given by DAV CAE. I'm sure DAV Pokriput will have all that concept in their conclave. I could see the photographs of some authors who are renowned authors or budding authors who are there. And I must tell all those authors, please inspire our children so that they can see that this can also be a way of life if they are interested in that. During their sessions, I request all the authors, please motivate them. Only, engineering and MBBS is not the profession which is there. There are many more professions which they can choose. Now, I don't want to be in between the conclave and the presentations and the sessions and the children. But at the end, I must wish you all the best for the conclave. May God give you success, and let Orissa have many more conclaves. And whatever is the feedback, I would be more than happy to get that feedback from you, so that for other schools and for other programs, we can have some kind of amendments in the conclave. So with these words, thank you very much for having me, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pashin, for your stirring words. DAV institutions Odisha shall always venture to set new benchmarks of excellence. We have the pleasure of the benign presence of Dr. Arun Kumar Rath, Chairman, DAV Pokriput, and former Union Secretary, Ministry of HRD, who have joined us virtually. His stewardship has enabled us to achieve glorious heights of scholastic and co-scholastic achievements. I implore you, sir, to address the gathering.
Hello. Good morning. Dr. Disha Pesin, Director, DAV Schools, New Delhi. Dr. K.C. Satpathy, Regional Director of DAV Schools. Dr. Sujata, Principal of DAV School, Pokriput. Sri Madan Mohan Panda, Chairman of Kalinganagar DAV School, Madam Ipsita, Bipin Babu, eminent authors, writers, storytellers, dear teachers, and dear students. It's a historic occasion for our school to have pioneered this kind of event and organized the first ever literature conclave by a DAV school. I must compliment the far sight of Dr. Nisha Pesin and Madam Sujata Sahu, principal of DAV School, Pokharipur, for conceptualizing this kind of initiative, which is very topical in today's moment. I wanted to be present physically, but for some urgent work, I traveled to Delhi. But despite my other engagements, I have made it a point to join and be with all of you for some time. Let me tell you what Madam Peshin has already highlighted, the importance of these kind of events. If we look at the national education policy, it gives stress on the holistic development of the students. And literature, language are, I would say, backbone of any personal development. If you if you are not good at verbal or written communication, you are not going to be as successful as you want to be. The national education policy has made these activities part of curriculum and not extracurricular. Earlier, we put all these activities in extracurricular activities, but now they are part of regular curriculum of schools. Let me just draw attention to the falling levels, falling standards in our schools on literature, language, communication skills. When I was Secretary, Government of India, the Department of Education, I commissioned a study by NCERT about the learning levels in the schools, and it was disastrous. The learning levels are falling, and more so in languages, in literature. ASAR study also has repeatedly pointed out the falling standards of our schools, not only Odisha schools, all over the country, falling standards in the area of literature, communication, and languages. We must rectify, we must try to help the students develop their holistic personality and communication skills in this regard. Now, there's a need to read, tell stories, write, and every child would like to do it to develop their creativity, their innovations, ideas. Ideas would come only when you write, only when you listen to stories or tell stories. Innovation would come only when you think differently, only when you think creatively. So creativity is always linked to your expression of languages. In fact, we would go further even to develop our own indigenous languages, which are so rich. In fact, the national education policy gives stress on teaching in mother tongue, at least in the early childhood levels. In fact, NEP has gone to the extent of saying that if reading, writing, and basic arithmetic is not imparted to the students in the early years, it is no point having education. A child who is not strong in the 3 R's in the initial years of schooling is not going to develop when he or she goes up. So therefore, we have to begin, catch them young, catch them early. And I must compliment all the authors, all the storytellers who have come here, and they are all eminent persons of Odisha and outside Odisha also. I'm happy, I'm glad they spend time to come to our school and spend some time with us. They will be the source of inspiration for our students, and they will also guide our students to follow the golden path they have already followed. With these words, I must also give importance to library. Reading habits are falling, writing habits are falling, as already told by Madam Pesin, that you are glued to the computer, to the mobile. It's a disastrous. Entire civilization is going to be destroyed in the process, because we are going to be machines like the machines, and they are our friends. I think we have to reverse this trend, and this kind of literature festival are the initiatives which will go long way to generate interest in the students about actively writing, storytelling, reading, and participating in the literary activities. With these words, I wish the first literature conclave of DAV Pokariput all success. I must compliment Madam Sujata Sahu for conceptualizing. I must thank all the eminent writers and authors who have assembled here, and all the students who have assembled here. And I wish the event all success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Vande Utparajanam.
Thank you, sir, for always being the wind beneath our wings. DAV Prokuripur shall always look up to you for guidance and blessings. Ladies and gentlemen, stories have an audacious power to transform our lives. When we delve into the character, we become the character. The emotions and values exhumed in our stories can bring out the best and the worst in us. A true transformation of cathartic reverence. Boys and girls, to transform you in a world full of wonder and aesthetic values, I call upon Ms. Prachitara Mishra, a renowned storyteller across Pan-India. Madam, the stage is all yours.
Good morning. A very good morning. And on this occasion, on this literary conclave, I must pay my heartfelt gratitude to Sujata Ma'am, Principal DAV Pokariput, for giving me this platform. I must pay my gratitude to the director, Nisha Peshin Ma'am, who spoke beautiful words. It really touched me. And I must pay my gratitude to Regional Director DAV, KC Satpathy Sir, Arun Rath Sir, and all other dignitaries present here, and Gopal Sir, and Ipsita Madam, DAV Unitate Principal, and to all my dear friends. Hello! Hello! So now stage is ours. Forget that ma'am is sitting there. Just forget, ignore. And let's enjoy. Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, this was just checking your energy level. So I think your energy level has to rise little high, high and high. Oh, let's check. See, we'll play a warm-up game like I'll say yes. You all would say no. But how? The way I say, similarly, exactly the same way you say no, right? Understood, all of you? Yes. I said only once. I said only once. So once again, yes. How I said? I didn't say yes. No, I didn't say like that. I said yes. 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 Mhm. Yes. 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 Oh, yes. Come on, do that. Yes. 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 Big round of applause. Yes, I'm so happy. You know, once upon a time, there was a mice. And her name was Moni, not Mohini. Ding, ding. No, 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 not Mohini. Her name was Moni. Okay, and she was the third child of her parents. She was the third child. You know, when Moni was just about to turn 5 the next day, she was so excited. Tomorrow is my birthday. All my friends would come. And she was expecting most exciting gift from her Granny, who never forgets her birthday and positively gives most exciting gift. Yes, and one more important thing for her excitement was, because her mother had promised after she completes 5, she will go to school. She is going to join you all. The uniform, the check skirt, the bow tie, the hairband, water bottle, school bag, and of course the shoes. Everything is ready now. So she was super excited. I'll go to school not to learn math, science, language, but to of course, that was the first important thing. Point to be noted, children come to school to make friends. Yes. And Moni, but what to learn? How to slide under the chair, under the table, how to cut the sack of rice, how to bite the cheese, steal from your home and bite the cheese, of course, and how to run fast. Yes, that is what to be taught in my school, not like in DAV school. All the very heavy subjects. No. You want to be mice then? Want to be? Want to be? No. So what happened when Granny arrived? Everything was set. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Moni. Happy birthday to you. Finally, I have turned 5. Oh, Granny, what's the gift for me this time? I'll go to school from tomorrow. Oh, Moni, I didn't tell you. I'm getting very old, I know. And I have a very special gift to give you. I've got a boon. I have got a boon which I can give it to you on your birthday this time. Huh? Yes. You can wish whatever you want and it will be fulfilled. Isn't it amazing if someone gives you and tells you what is your wish? If you are given a chance, what would you ask for? You, my dear? You? Chocolate world, can I have a mic? I just want to check what they want. What do they want if you are given a boon? I want, yes?
I want to be the world's best football player.
You want to be the world's best football player. For that, you have to work hard. What you want to have something, something. Yes. Anybody? 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 One. Yes.
Storybooks.
Storybooks. Okay. You?
I want a mountain full of chocolate.
Mountain full of chocolates.
I want a drone.
Huh?
Drone.
A drone.
Can I say? Ma'am, I want to meet the best football player.
For that you need to work hard and practice under the sun.
I want to be the best businessman.
Yes. Okay, for that also you have to work hard. Tell me.
I want to meet the world's best K-pop dancer.
Oh, dancer. See, you want to be the best teacher, best football player, best dancer. For those things, you need to practice hard under the sun. Don't you understand? But you know what did Moni ask for? Shh. Moni said, Granny, I'll be going to school from tomorrow. Every child looks the same in school with uniform, tie, shoes, water bottle, icon hanging. I want to look different. So, I have one tail. Can you see? I want 6 more tails. So I'll have 7 tails and I will be so unique and everyone would look after me. I'll be like a celebrity in my school. Granny and her mother came out of the kitchen and said, Moni, what are you asking for? No, Mama, I want to have 7 tails. That's it. Granny said, okay, because once I say yes, then it can't be changed. No, I want 7 tails, Granny, please. And finally, Granny said, yes. Do I have 7 tails now? No, Granny, no, I'm not getting 7 tails. Calm down. You go to sleep tonight and tomorrow morning you will find 7 tails. So happy. After the birthday party got over, she went to sleep and suddenly she woke up in the morning and found, shh. How many? 7 tails. She was so thrilled and so happy. She wore the uniform with shoes, went to school happily, singing ding lang lang, ding lang, ding lang lang, ding lang lang, lang lang, ding lang lang. Yes. And when she entered the school, like the whole classroom full of children, everybody was sitting and she entered. She was a little late. When she entered, excuse me, ma'am, myself Moni, can I enter the classroom? And all the children looked at her. all the children started teasing her. She thought she will get attention and she will be praised. But what are she receiving? See, she is getting all the tease, all the humiliation. Ah, let me show it to the back students. Ah, Mama, what happened, my dear baby? Mama, I don't want to go to school. All my friends tease me because I'm having 7 tails. No problem, Moni. You have 7 tails. Look, you look amazing. See, you look so beautiful and amazing. No, Mama, I don't want to go to school. I don't want 7 tails. Now, I will change this. I don't want 7 tails and I will cut one of my tails. Yes, I know. With 6 tails, my friends are going to praise me and look at my beauty. And the next morning, she entered the classroom. May I come in, ma'am? Myself, Moni, the new student. Yes, Moni, come and take your seat. Look at the mice having 6 tails. Huh? I cut down one of my tails, still they're teasing me. I'm having 6 tails. No, I don't want 6 tails, Mama. Mama, I don't want 6 tails. I will cut and I'll make it 5. Then 4. Then 3. Then 2. Then 1. Is it perfect? Is it perfect? She was born with 1 tail. Now again back with 1 tail. And you know one thing I didn't tell you, during all these days, her friends were teasing her because of 7 tails. She couldn't even focus on whatever ma'am was teaching. Though she was very talented in sliding, hiding, stealing, chasing, and saving her life from all the people and the cats, of course. But she didn't pay attention. She was always worried about her looks. Now, with 1 tail, when she entered, may I come in, ma'am? Moni? Yes, you go and take your seat. Look at the 7 tail mice have now only 1 tail, 1 tail. When I have only 1 tail, my friends are also teasing me. I don't want any tail. And her mother said, no, wait, Moni, all the mice have one tail. Don't cut down the last tail. You need to have 1 tail. You are a mice. No, I will cut. Moni. Her mother tried to console her. Moni, what are you doing? You have been focusing on your looks since beginning. And now you don't have any tail. Do you realize? No tail would grow again. You'll be like this forever. Stay strong. Stay strong, focus on your qualities. Have you ever thought of you are running faster than your friends? You are running faster than your friends. You can be the leader, mice. What are you focusing on? Very insignificant thing. Now with this, Moni with no tail, stay like this and be brave and face all the people, be it your classmates or anyone outside the school. And the next day, Moni entered the classroom with no tail. May I? Myself? What did teacher say? Go and get your seat. What did friends, how did they react? Look at the mice with no tail. Look at the mice with no tail. They teased, teased, teased. Then they got tired of teasing. The next day, half of the children teased. And the next day, no one bothered. No one bothered. Whether Moni has one tail, two tail, no tail, seven tail, no one bothered. Then Moni became friends to many mice there. And she became the leader. And she became the leader and she guided all the new mice. And she became the favorite of the teacher. Moni with? Moni with? So thank you so much, children. This was the story, and this was the story. I think all of you understood definitely. It was for you only. And all of you actually understood the moral hidden inside the story. Why do we share the story? Not to directly tell you to do this or do that, but to indirectly touch your heart. Store the morals here, here, here. And remember the content. That's why stories have got more power than whatever is written in textbooks. Whatever is written there in textbooks are to be studied. But if you don't learn anything extra apart from the textbooks, then suddenly after completing your school, you will find two things. हाँ, अरे भाई ये क्या करना है? अरे भाई वो क्या करना है? अरे भाई ऐसा हो गया क्या करना है? वैसा हो गया क्या करना है? So, we'll have little bit views from your side. All of you like the story? Oh, enjoyed? And this story you can narrate anytime, any other time, any storytelling sessions happened in your school or in your area or apartment or some organizations. You all can narrate this story easily. And you all are masters in craft. I know today's children are masters in craft. You can make a Moni like this with 7 tails. Very easy to make. I think you will do better Moni than me. So, can anyone tell me? What was the thing you liked about the story? I don't think कोई exam वगैरह नहीं है, nothing like that. Just relax and answer. Whatever come to your mind, you can say. Yes.
Ma'am, I like most in the story that Moni was depressing time by time and cutting one by one tails of her.
Huh. Okay. Anything else? What is the best thing you? What is the best thing you liked about the story?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I like the moral that we should become unique from, not unique from our look, we should become unique from our qualities.
We should become unique from our qualities, and we all are actually unique. We don't look the same. Though all of us have two eyes, but two eyes are not same. Have you ever checked it? Even with your brother, with your sister, with your mother, with your father? We all have one nose, but everyone's nose is so different. How did this happen? No one knows. We all are completely unique. Okay, anyone else? Yes.
What I liked most was that Moni asked Wish that I need more six tails.
Moni asked for 6 more tails. So, would you like to have 10, 20 more hands like Moni? So that you can finish your homework, you can go and play badminton, you can draw, you can play harmonium, any guitar or anything like that. Would you like to have more number of hands? Then you have to make one special dress for you also, because here is only one hand. You have to have 10 hand, 10 sleeves of a dress and all. Any other moral? Anyone else want to say something different, whatever they have told?
That here I've seen that there are two models actually. One that your looks don't matter, and another that you should think before you ask for something.
Yes, you should think before you ask for anything. So, this is what?
The thing I liked most about the story was when everyone stopped bothering Moni and she finally made many friends in her school.
Yes. And one very important thing I am looking for.
Mom, the thing I like the most is how her granny gave her a boon. And I would love to have a boon.
Oh, even I want, I wish to have a boon. Let me see, while going back from your school, if I get sudden a boon, I'll catch. Yes?
I like your narration and interaction with the audience.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a compliment to me. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Yes?
Ma'am, the thing that I liked the most about the story was how Moni's mother encouraged her to ignore all that teasing that her friends were doing and focus on her qualities.
Yes, that's very important. And her mother. And this is the work of parents and, of course, we teachers, educators, and storytellers to repeatedly shift the focus from body shaming to important things. This is our responsibility. Definitely, children are small; they will get carried away. That is our responsibility. That's why I chose this story for this occasion. As I came to know you are from class 6, 7, 8. You are in teens, and this is the time where you people feel conscious about your looks, your health, all these things. Whether someone is tall, getting tall, and someone is short height, she or he feels, oh, why I'm not getting tall, that like him or hers. So all our focus shifts, and we ignore whatever quality and talent we are having. We are good at studies, drawing, music, painting, dancing, drama, writing, or something like that. So remember, children, for all time to come, not only this time when you are in school, even when you grow become grown up and leave the school, go to colleges or do any kind of job or something like that, don't dishearten so much. Yes, sometimes some few things dishearten us, but don't dishearten so much leaving your primary duties, primary job, primary work. That was all about this story. If time permits, I would like to share another story with due permission from ma'am, if depending on. Oh, we are still. So we are done with one story. I would love to interact with you all for hours and hours. Remember me, my name is Prachi Tara. What's my name? Yes. You can remember my name. I'm storyteller Prachitara. I have worked as a journalist and anchor earlier. Then now a full-time storyteller. I have a YouTube channel, Prachitara Story. There you can find a number of stories. And definitely, ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ବି ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟୋରିଜ୍ ଅଛି ଓଡ଼ିଆ ବି ଯେମିତି ସାର୍ ଏବେ କହିଲେ ଇନ୍ କନକ୍ଲେଭ୍ ଆମେ ଆମର ମଦର ଟଙ୍ଗକୁ ପ୍ରାୟୋରିଟାଇଜ୍ ଦେବା କଥା ଆମେ ଯେତେ ଇଂଲିଶ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ୍ ପଢ଼ିଲେ ବି ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ we can express our emotions in a better way. So, why storytelling is so important? Storytelling makes you feel so relaxed and you identify different kind of emotions. Because today's time, there are so much of work, load, homework, school, tuition, coachings. We forget we have so many kind of emotions. It need to come out, whether happy, sad, anger, all these things. Stories only allows you to take a flight to a wonderland. And there, we all were in story. For last 15 minutes, we all were immersed in story, isn't it? In Moni's classroom, where they were taught to shh. One good thing you can learn today. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, children. Thank you, ma'am, once again. Chairman, DAV Pokhriput, and Principal ma'am, Sujata ma'am, for inviting me and giving me this lovely, highly energetic platform. Thank you. See you some other time. Bye. Thank you. Thank you all.
There are many takeaways from this storytelling session. And I was just listening to you. You like the moral, you like the character. But what about expressions? What about her intonation? The way her voice quivered when she was talking about a character. So please remember, storytelling, you do have stories in English language and literature, yes? Yes or no? I can't hear you. You do have stories. So when your teacher asks you to read the story, how do you do it? You stand like a good student and you read the sentences, no? Be honest, yes or no? So from tomorrow, we are going to do something different. From tomorrow, when you are reading the stories, you are not just reading the characters. You need to live those characters. How do you do that? You do that with your body language. It plays an integral role in storytelling, yes? Remember 3 things. Number 1 is E for expressions, B for body language, I for interaction and intonation. What is intonation? Your voice rise and fall in your pitch pattern. So remember it when you read your stories in your class from tomorrow. But we are talking about expressions. Do you think that expression is always verbal? What do you think? Do you think you have to say something to express? Or can expressions be silent as well? It can be silent as well. So today, we are going to watch something for the very first time, perhaps. We are going to watch a mime act. We have named it Expressions in Silences. So we have a renowned mime artist with us, Mr. Deepak. He is going to enact in front of you. And after his act is done, I am going to ask you a few questions. Are you ready? So watch him carefully, and once he finishes, I am going to question you. Okay, shall we begin? So when an artist is coming on stage, shouldn't you clap for him? Wonderful. Mr. Deepak, the stage is all yours. Thank you so much, Mr. Deepak. Students, did you like the act? Did you like his expressions? So in the storytelling session, you saw Madam using her intonation, her expression, her body language when she was telling the story to you. Even Deepak sir used his expressions and his body language to tell you another story, a story of silences. So thank you, sir and madam. We would like to express our thanks with a small token of appreciation for madam and sir. I request Principal Dr. Sujata to escort Ms. Prachi Tara on the dais for the felicitation ceremony. I beseech Sri Madan Mohan Panda, Chairman, D.V. Kalinganagar, Ipshuta Madam, Moshmi Madam, Bipin Sir, and Mr. N.K. Raut Sir to be on the dais as well. Sir and Madam, please. I also request Mr. Deepak Dash to be present on the dais for the ceremony. There are many takeaways from the act of storytelling and mime. I expect our children present over here not only to take this experience with them, but also initiate in storytelling and mime act sessions. Now, I request our volunteers to come forward with the felicitations. Ms. Prachi Tara is seen being felicitated with an Uttariya of Grace, a potted sapling, our annual school magazine Prerna, and the school souvenir, Journey to Zenith. Thank you so much, madam. Now I request Mr. Deepak Dash to come on the dais. Deepak sir, please. May we have a round of applause for Deepak sir. He is seen receiving an Uttariya. The school souvenir, Journey to Zenith. Our annual magazine, Prerna, and a potted sapling which symbolizes growth. Thank you, madam and sirs. I request you to kindly take your seats. Yeah. I request Prachi ma'am, as well as all our distinguished guests, to come to the green room.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. It's for the information of all the students, those who have assembled here, that in a short while we are going to have a panel discussion on the topic Understanding Life Through Literature, for which many eminent guests have been invited, and they would be discussing on the topic on understanding life through literature. As it is a very intensive discussion, I would request everyone to listen to the panel discussion very mindfully and not to create any kind of disturbance which might interrupt the program. I expect everyone to cooperate. In a short while, we are going to start the panel discussion.
Literature adds to reality. It does not simply describe it. It enriches the necessary competencies that daily life requires and provides. And in this respect, it irrigates the desert that our lives have already become. Literature always anticipates life. It does not copy it, but molds it to its purpose. Good afternoon. On behalf of DAV Public School Pokhariput, I warmly welcome the galaxy of intellectuals, respected dignitaries, guests, teachers, and my dear students to this well-crafted panel discussion on understanding self through literature. Works of literature, at their best, provide a kind of blueprint of human society. From the writings of ancient civilization such as Egypt and China to Greek philosophy and poetry, from the epics of Homer to the plays of William Shakespeare, from Jane Austen and Charlotte Bronte to Maya Angelou. Works of literature give insight and context to all the world's societies. In this way, literature is more than just a historical or cultural artifact. It can serve as an introduction to a new world of experience. With this illumination, I welcome Dr. Goparanjan Mishra sir, a prolific poet who has retired as a principal of JKBK College, Cuttack. Sir has translated stories from famous writers like Rabindranath Tagore, Ruskin Bond, Anton Chekhov, and Khushwant Singh, and many more. Sir, you hardly need any introduction. You have made all of us proud of your distinguished work in numerous capacities. I render my heartiest welcome to Dr. Jatindra Kumar Naik, who is an Indian translator, literary critic, editor, and renowned academician. At present, he is member, English Advisory Board, Sahitya Academy, and language expert, New Indian Foundation, Bangalore. He is presently Professor Emeritus, KISS, Deemed University, Bhubaneswar. We are very fortunate to have you here, sir. Next on the list, I welcome Mrs. Reeti Chatterjee Bose. Mrs. Reeti is an artist, writer, art director, educator, and art therapist. She is also the founder of the art company Artisana and co-founder of a community library, Kitab Shala. Madam, your presence is very much encouraging. I take this opulent opportunity to welcome Dr. Asim Ranjan Pari to this panel discussion. Sir is professor and head of the Department of English at Utkal University and has produced numerous research papers in translation studies. Sir, please accept my welcome to this panel discussion. I take the pleasure of welcoming Madan Mohan Panda sir, Chairman, DAV Kalinganagar, to this occasion. I welcome you, sir. I sincerely welcome the principals and teachers of Sister Concern schools to this glorious occasion. Next, I would like to welcome our respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Sujata, the sculptor of human character, a seasoned scholar and navigator of this flagship of knowledge. Welcome, ma'am. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the teachers and students who are the part and parcel of this institution in my modest words. I hope and request your benign cooperation throughout this program for its grand success. Now, I request our dignitaries to come on the dais to start the panel discussion. Sir, please. Ma'am, please. Now I request Mr. Mayuk Mishra to take over the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Lipsa Madam. And it is indeed an honor and pride for me to share the stage with such a distinguished panelist. You have heard about them. They are the stalwarts of English language and literature in Odisha and India. And when we were mediating which topic we should choose for senior secondary students, the topic that we have chosen for you, that is understanding self through literature, it came paramount. It came paramount because just before coming to the auditorium, we were discussing that our students today, they don't know who they are. That is a tragedy in itself. So our attempt in this panel discussion will be to make you aware of your own being through the prism of literature. So, madam and dear sirs, the first point of discussion, if with your permission, I may ask you, what is literature for you? How do you see and understand literature? If we may start with Riddhi ma'am.
Hello, am I audible? This is an online habit, first thing you ask is, am I audible? Okay, hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. Thank you, Mayuk, for connecting me to this beautiful program that you're having. I'm in such august company, I cannot believe this wonderful gentleman here with me. But coming back to your question, while growing up, we didn't have phones, and I think TV had only 1 or 2 channels. So our respite was books. And literature has always been a part of my growing up. And I was introduced to Bengali literature first because I'm from Bengal. And my father insisted that I read in my Matribhasha first. And I think that love of stories. And if you look at ourselves, if you look everyone in this auditorium, everyone is, they're carrying their own stories. We are all fragments of our own stories. So literature sometimes can be, a warm blanket on a lonely evening. It can be a way to wisdom. It can be many things. So for me, I think literature is just, a major part of me, to put it very simply.
That's wonderful. Dr. Jatindra, if you may like the question.
I think I must begin by congratulating the organizers of this event. This is a wonderful initiative. I think the 3 of us here, to the left of Madam, or right of Madam, are postgraduate teachers we teach postgraduate students, and it's a great pleasure talking to young boys and girls like you, because you are in a formative stage in your life, and when we teach 20, 22-year-old students, they're already formed. So this is a wonderful experience for us, that we are talking to young people who are still in the formative stage in their life, and they're willing to learn, willing to expose themselves to new experiences, new ideas. So this is a great thing. So what does literature mean to me? I think when I think of life, when I think of our own life, or my own experiences, we can think of 3 impulses which govern, 3 ways in which human beings relate to the world. One is, we all have this will to pleasure. We all would like to eat good food, see good things, watch a good film, listen to good music. This is the will to pleasure. The other thing, as you grow older, even when you are not so old, you have the will to power. You want to dominate people. You want to get people to do what you want them to do. So this is will to power. All human beings have that. Every human being wants to exercise his will to power, to dominate other human beings. But the most important will is the will to meaning. After a while, after you have satisfied your desires, after you have become powerful or enjoyed a degree or measure of power, suddenly human beings would like to make life mean something, discover the meaning of life. So we are meaning-making animals. Otherwise, we would just be creatures of instinct. We would eat, sleep, and then do a few things which we have to do and die. Human beings are not satisfied with mere fulfillment of their desires. There is this desire to find, discover meaning in life. We are meaning-making animals. So, meaning is made through various means like images, pictures, sound, music. In literature, meaning is made through words. So, writing, literature is actually an attempt to discover meaning of life through words, an intense kind of language experience, love for language. Like Madam said, we are all storytelling animals, but stories can be told only through words. They can be told through images, but I think a child won't be happy. If you have ever tried to tell a story to your younger brother or sister, they won't be happy with only images or sounds. They would like words, because words are the most powerful instruments of discovering, storing, and retrieving meaning of life. So I think literature is a way of discovering, finding the essential meaning of life through words. I think that's how I look at it. Thank you.
That's quite wonderful, sir. Thank you so much for that piece of it. Dr. Goparanjan.
I welcome everyone here. Congratulate the organizers for holding this kind of a meeting. And to the question, what is literature? Well, I would say it means many things. But by studying literature, we understand ourselves better and the world better. It's very heartening to find so many in this audience. Hopefully, many of them will blossom into good writers in future. In this era of science and technology, when leaning towards humanity is declining, to nurture a feeling and desire to become a writer, to become a poet, to express yourselves is something which is not easily found or normally found. One of the aspects of literature, as I told you, is that while we understand ourselves better, another important thing is this: it deals with, among other things, the unpredictability of human mind. Well, I would like to tell you very briefly a story by O. Henry, the title of which I don't remember. Some more than 50 years back I had read it. But it begins with a thief, a professional thief, who has entered a big house. And as he gets into the room, the entrance room. It's a big hall, spacious hall, and there is no trace of a human being. And so many costly things are there in that room, or in that hall, I should say. So it's a golden opportunity for the thief. He picks up things and puts them in his pocket. And for about 10 to 15 minutes, he has been doing it. Suddenly he stops. And from the corner of his eyes, he can see that he was wrong in thinking there was no one in the hall. Right in the middle of the hall, there is a bed and there is a man lying wide awake. So he stops stealing things and starts moving in the direction of the bed. And seeing the thief approaching him, the man who was, in fact, wide awake, he closes his eyes. And the thief comes, stops, and says, well, mister, I don't know who you are, but one thing I know for sure, that you are not asleep, you are awake. So open your eyes and answer my question. Who are you? And the man on the bed says, you are right, I'm awake. And to your question, who I am the owner of this house. The thief is surprised. He says, you claim yourself to be the owner of the house. You know that I am a thief. You know that I was stealing away so many of your costly things. You didn't try to stop me. What's the matter? And the house owner says, I know that you are a thief. You are taking away my costly belongings, but I could not stop you from doing what you are doing because from my waist downwards, I am a paralytic patient. And the moment the thief hears the word paralytic, he slumps down on the bed and he says, what did you say? You are suffering from paralysis? Yes. Was it from your birth or it happened afterwards? And the man replies, the house owner replies, no. As a young man, I was very sturdy. In fact, I took part in the World War. But right in the battlefield, I was hit by a bullet, and for want of timely medical treatment, it got aggravated, and I have become paralytic. There are, of course, other family members, but for the time being, they are not there. They are gone out for a shopping. And for the next 2 pages, the thief says to that, I think your vision is all right. And the house owner says, yes, I can see perfectly. No problem with my eyes. If that is so, you must have marked one thing, that my condition is not much better than yours. One thing you must have marked, that all this time I was picking up things and putting them into my pocket only with my right hand. And my left hand was stiff all the time. I'm also a paralytic patient. And then for about 2 pages, the thief is asking this man, because he is also familiar with this problem, did you see this doctor? Did you take this medicine? And at the end, as it happens in most of the stories by O. Henry, the thief takes out all that he had put in his pocket, keeps them in order, recommends the best doctor, prescribes the best medicine, and leaves the house. So a person who has been introduced to the readers as a professional thief ends up with this kind of a thing, which I said, unpredictability of human mind. We don't know. Your Maut sir says that students don't know who they are. I would like to add, even the teachers don't know who they are. In certain situations, we react or we behave in a way which may spring a surprise on the audience, on those who are looking at us or who claim themselves to be in the know of things. Some of our behavior, some of our reactions may take them by surprise and take us by surprise too. Literature by studying literature, by coming in contact with different characters, whether in a play or a novel or a story or a poem even, we come to know many things, and study of literature helps us to understand ourselves better and to understand the people around us better to some extent. Thank you so much.
It was quite profound, sir. Thank you so much for those words. Dr. Ashima, if you'd like to add on to it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I thank the principal, DAV Pokhariput, and the organizers for inviting me and organizing such a literary conclave. As Professor Nayak said, we are a little obsessed with technology and research. And we came to literature for something for which we are discussing. That is the question. And probably this is the stage when students of +2, that is what we heard, are the recipients. I think this is the time when probably one would select and maybe assimilate technology and literature, and how students would realize later on that it is literature which will provide them a kind of relief, provide them a kind of rescue at the time of crisis. To me, literature is a very sensitive mind, a kind of response of a sensitive mind towards the environment, towards human relationship, towards the outside world, towards the inside world, in a very unfamiliar way. Unfamiliar because when I and Professor Nayak were coming, Professor Nayak said that the ambience is wonderful. We are coming via the greenery. Madam said that she was just going through the Pokhariput traffic, but what she reminded is the greenery is beautiful. That is literature. I remember when I was in class 10, it's a poem which automatically comes to my mind, again in Odia. Duro talabano akase sunaye matiro kavita kise, ek gramar patha tahi digante mise. I was going from one village to another to attend school. And I remember those talagachas. But once that poem was taught to us, the whole area that I was passing through had a different color. It certainly gained a different vision in our mind. And that is something we remember till today. Mayadhar Mansingh writes, Sidagruha andhakara basimu janani, utkala nathili jani achilo to pure, ebanta rupara lila nabahu tarani, ajiye sandhyare nila mahanadi jale. So the same Mahanadi which we pass through may not at all evoke a matter-of-fact response for the poet. The same Konark, which is beautiful to one poet, might give a kind of response differently. As Sachi Rautray writes, Tume dekhiyoch shilare tarata ramya kalara rupa, mu dekhichi tahi koti kankala bhagna bukura stupa. Both are beautiful. Beauty as well as evil or plight can be beautiful only to the sensitive mind and the sensitive poet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Now, when I think about books, I ask a question to myself. And that question is, why are we reading this book? Why out of all the books, I have chosen this particular one? What changed in me after reading that book? And when I think of these questions, one book comes to my mind, my favorite book, that is The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy. I am an avid reader, sirs and madam. I do read a lot. And I complete a book maybe in 2 days, or maybe less than that. But when I was reading The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy, I took almost 7 months to complete it. I was reading the pages, and I was rereading it. I was stopping by. I was asking myself some very difficult questions, not just about the characters in the book, but about myself. In that way, it was a journey of not just two characters, not just their stories, but a journey to, in many ways, find answers to some very difficult questions that life couldn't offer me, that my teachers couldn't offer me. Arundhati Roy did that for me. So my next question to you is, which authors made you fall in love with literature? Madam, if you like to answer that.
As I said, I literally grew up surrounded by books, but mostly I was reading Bengali books up till I was, I think, 14, 15. So my dad suggested that maybe now you should start reading some world literature. And he brought me all the classics. I had read the translations in Bengali by then, so I didn't want to read them again in English. So in my school library, I found this book by J.D. Salinger. I don't know if I've read it, The Catcher in the Rye. It changed my life. Like you said, I was 15, 16. I knew I was sad. I was kind of lost. I didn't know how to put it into words, how I was feeling.
Forgive me to interrupt you, ma'am, but why you say that it changed your life?
Yes, I'm
what
coming
happened?
to that. So the book deals with a very taboo topic. It was released in 1950, and depression, mental health issues were a very taboo topic back then. People weren't very comfortable talking about it. And the book entirely, the protagonist's journey is about how he deals with school and depression and how he goes through it. And I, being 15, 16 at that point of time, and I had no internet, no source of other information, I just carried the book everywhere I went. It became my Bible. I still have that copy from 1988. I think it was bought in Kolkata Book Fair later on after I found the book in the book fair. It's still in my library. I feel it's very hard to put into words the emotion I have for J.D. Salinger. That man saved my life.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Rashima, sir, if you'd like to take that question.
It's pretty difficult to pinpoint any particular book, but then I was first influenced by Sarala Mahabharata in Odia when I was in school again, because there I found the characters are narrated not from a very prejudiced manner. For example, the character of Duryodhana is something which influenced me most. Because Duryodhana, the way he's presented in our the serials that we witness is completely different from the way we understand Duryodhana. We know that actually Duryodhana is from Odisha, and if we look at Bharabi talking about Duryodhana, that he was actually Suryodhana. So when the Pandavas were in the jungle, they sent a spy to know how the whole kingdom is ruled, and they found it's wonderfully ruled. I mean, Duryodhana has completely transformed himself, and so that's why he's Manogovinda. And if we remember the way Sarala presents him and some of the other characters, it will completely destabilize the very prejudice of a kind of duality that we present in most of the narratives. Anyway, but that is just one example I gave. But later on, I would say in English literature, it is Dostoevsky who really moved me. When I was going through the Brothers Karamazov, there are moments when you asked about the impact. The impact is itself extremely mysterious, because there are moments, episodes you'll find, probably you will subscribe to this view. Maybe Dostoevsky is critical of Christianity at one point of time through a character. One is rationalizing. You would be motivated. The writing is so powerful. Next moment, when Alyosha speaks about Christianity, its human nature, again you are influenced. So it's very difficult to even take a position. And at times, you are completely lost. And that feeling of getting lost, as I told, both evil and good can influence you, enamor you so much, is something moves anybody, I think, any sensitive reader. So to me, I'll put Dostoevsky as the writer who influenced me. Thank you.
I share that, experience with you when I was reading Amish's work, Oath of the Vayuputras. The scene of Sati's death, it left me miserable. I didn't eat my dinner that night. That effect it had on me was all-encompassing. And I believe I understand what you mean when you say that you were lost in the story and the characters. Dr. Gopuranjan, sir, if you'd like to add on to it.
Well, uh, I can't pinpoint one book which was my favorite or who were my favorite authors. But I remember a story titled Ali Baba from Arabian Nights. That actually made me develop my study habit. And after a couple of years, when I was in class 9th, the anthology of poetry that was prescribed for us in our school, all the poems were my favorite. Starting from Blind Boy, Inkscape Rock, Barbara Frietchie, Lord Allen's Daughter. So I liked all those poems. And when my matriculation exam was over, my father, who was a teacher of English, he brought out from his almirah, he had a small personal library, a fat book. And the title of the book was Four Great Tragedies of Shakespeare. And he started reading out and explaining the meaning of the words of the play Romeo and Juliet. In fact, after the first 2 pages, I fell in love with English language and literature. After that, I don't remember. It was a kind of random study. I don't exactly remember. But yes, one poem titled Blind Boy, which I would like to recite here. It's a poem of 4 stanzas. The speaker is a boy blind from his birth. He doesn't know the difference between light and dark. He doesn't know the color, various colors that we come across. But the interesting thing is, he doesn't feel that he's missing anything in his life. He says, left to myself, I'm enjoying my life. But when I hear people around me saying that how unfortunate the boy is, poor fellow, doesn't have eyes, can't see the beautiful color, can't see the flowers, can't see the sky, the clouds and everything. He's made to feel that he's really missing something. This is how the poem begins. Oh, what is that thing called light which I must never enjoy? What are the blessings of the sight? Oh, tell your poor blind boy. You talk of wondrous things you see. You say the sun shines bright. I feel him warm, but how can he or make it day or night? My day or night myself I make whenever I sleep or wake. And could I ever keep awake, with me it were always day. With heavy sighs I often hear, you mourn my hapless ooh, but sure with patience I can bear, a loss I never can know. Last stanza. Then let not what I cannot have my cheer of mind destroy, thus while I sing, I am a king, although a poor blind boy. This is the poem. I have translated it into Odia also. You may like hearing the Odia version. କାହାକୁ ଭଲା ଆଲୁଅ ବୋଲି କହୁଛ ତୁମେ ସତେ ମୁଁ ଅନ୍ଧ ପିଲା ଦେଖିପାରେ ନା କହିବ ନାହିଁ ମୋତେ କି ସବୁ ସୁଖ ଥାଏ ଆଖିରେ ଥିଲେ ଦେଖିବା ଶକ୍ତି ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ଜାଣେ ଆଖିରେ ମୋର ନାହିଁ ତ ସେଇ ଜ୍ୟୋତି କେତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର କ'ଣ ସେ ଚିଜ ଯାହାକୁ ମାନେ ହେଜ ତୁମେ ତ କୁହ ଭାରି ସୁନ୍ଦର ସୂରୁଜ ତାଙ୍କ ତେଜ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିପାରେ ଦେହରେ ମୋର ସୂରୁଜଙ୍କର ତାତି ହେଲେ କିପରି କରିବେ ସେ ଆମର ଦିନ ରାତି मो दिन राति मो हाथे थाए जेबे मु खेले शुए न शोई जदि चाही रहे मो पाई दिन सीए अभागा बोली शुणई जेबे सभी कथा मने मु भावे सही मु जीवी जहाँ से दुख कौन से सुख अबा कौन से दुख अबा असुख जीवने जहाँ पाइबी नाही से कथा जानी पुणी किंपाई हारिबी मोर मनर शांति अलड़ा सबू से कथा चिंती लास्ट आंजा अधरे जेबे गीतटे थाए मणे निजकू राजा पराए गीतर सुरे जेबे मूल्यन भावेना केबे मुदिन हीन
Thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now, before I go to the next question, I would like to ask the audience, have you read the Harry Potter series? How many of you have read the Harry Potter series? Just raise your hands. Well, do you like the character Voldemort? The character without the nose. You remember what he did with Harry Potter? He cursed him, right? And then Harry was dead for a while. And he suddenly lands himself in a railway station. And then he wakes up and he could see Professor Dumbledore. You remember that scene? Yes? And then he asks him a very pertinent question. Professor, am I dead? And Professor Dumbledore said, what do you think, Harry? Harry goes on to say, Professor, I think it's happening in my head. I think it's not real, but it's right in my head. And Dumbledore goes on to say one line I will never forget in my life. Dumbledore said, if it's happening in your head, what makes you think it's not real? And that is my next question to you, Dr. Jatindra. What is reality? And do you think fiction is more closer to reality than reality in itself?
Very difficult question, but I'll try my best to answer this. We live in an age in which I think we focus on facts. Science and technology focus on facts. So we live in a world dominated by facts, and everything that is not factual is dismissed as fiction. But facts do not constitute truth. Just a catalog of facts do not give you truth. Truth is far more complex. So, fiction is actually, if you look it up in a dictionary and go to the root of the word, it's derived from the word facere, which means to be made. Fiction is something that is made up. So, truth cannot be reduced to facts. A series of facts or a catalog of facts cannot give you truth. Truth is something that has to be discovered, and truth is not something that can be discovered once and for all. Your truth may be very different from my truth, and the truth keeps changing. This is life. So literature keeps you reminding of the complexity of life. You do not have a simple answer to questions like you have in the world of science and technology. This is not a predictable world. All of us are unique. Going back to the word self, all of us are, literature actually makes us aware of the uniqueness of individuals. Your truth is not my truth. For instance, in the world of science and technology, you can predict when an astronaut can reach, how long does he take, how long will he take to reach the Mars. But you can't predict how two human beings will relate to each other. Human relationships remain the most difficult terrain. You cannot predict how two human beings will relate to each other. Most difficult thing. As teachers, as students, we all know that human relationship is the most complex terrain that can be explored. So fiction leads us into that world, makes us aware of the relativity of truth, that truth is not something that is absolute, that can be discovered like in a laboratory, and This truth keeps shifting, and all our life we may have to discover this painfully and through very complex and shifting relationships with other human beings. So, literary world is a world of human relationships explored through language. And both language and relationships are highly complex and ambiguous and require a great deal of attention. So fiction is very different from lying. It's not a lie. It's not a question of truth or falsehood. It's a question of discovering what can be imagined. What is seen, what is experienced is only one level of experience. But we are constantly imagining another world in our heads. Even science and technology is also a product of human imagination. If you read H.G. Wells, Man in the Moon, Time Machine, actually all the science fictions written 100 years ago were predicting the world we are living in today. So they are imagining that world. They didn't have evidence. So human beings imagine the world as much as they experience it, and imagination is the essence of fiction. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it was Oscar Wilde who said, truth is rarely pure and never simple. I think that stayed with me when you were talking about truth. I remember that. Now again, coming back to the audience, I want you to think of a scenario. You walk out of a Salman Khan's movie, okay? And when you do that, I have seen in my own personal experiences, boys, they start walking like Salman Khan. They go inside the hall as themselves, but when they are walking out of the hall, they are like Salman Khan. And even when we are reading the books, there are times when the character is so powerful that we draw energies from these characters. So, Dr. Ashima, I want to ask you, do we shape characters or does the character shapes us?
I would say it happens both ways. In fact, I was talking about Mahabharata. For example, a character like Karna, we know they are all archetypal characters. But when the writer imagines such a character, Professor Nayak was just telling about imagination. So the writer employs those modifying colors of imagination to create great characters. Even the evil, suppose Macbeth. We enjoy Macbeth's poetry. Why Shakespeare has given such wonderful poetry to Macbeth? Or even why the witches, fair is foul, foul is fair. We get impressed. Because the author or the writer or somebody who is practicing in literature doesn't want to see the world as it appears to the naked eye. So in doing that, the author creates special characters. It can be a very special character even like Lady Macbeth, who may not be good, but it's special. Just like I told, evil can be shown in a special manner. So that character is created by the author, stretching, expanding the realms of thought. So obviously that might influence the reader. So the character would also influence, and there are impressionable ages. For example, Salman Khan in Tere Naam, the gait and the style would automatically influence a certain group of people. It's very natural. So there, a film character is created to cater to the imagination of the audience. Similarly, a great archetypal character influences the readers because of its values. Karna creates the idea of sacrifice. So we remember that. It's not that all these things were really true, but we automatically get influenced by the characters. But that is also created by somebody, self. Just like nature, we do not look at water as only H2O. We look at water in different shapes, in the sea or in a pond differently. So the same eye, which also technically, scientifically might look at it in a laboratory in a different way, might find it completely different. So it happens both ways, I would say.
Ms. Riti, what is the notion of identity in that case? For example, when we are getting so influenced by character, literature, stories, why are we always so subjective in our experiences? Why can't we just see the character for what it is, rather than getting influenced by that, rather than getting almost falling onto a transcendental level with the character, developing an intimacy with the character? The character is what it is. I like the character, but that's not me. I know who I am, and I will stick with that, rather than getting influenced by the character. So where comes the question of identity?
So now I'm going to speak from the point of a therapist. Okay, you know I do that. So I talk to a lot of people who have that, existential crisis. They don't know who they are. And when you have that void, it's very easy for a fictional character from the movies, from the books, to fill that void. And sometimes these young people, or sometimes people my age as well, they didn't have that experience of, like when I was growing up, I wanted to be a teacher, then I did my training, then I did my degrees in counseling and therapy. So I had my path. Not everybody has a linear path. It's not possible. Not everybody will have their life figured out. So there will always be, I may know who I am professionally, but what if I am not so sure about who I am at home? It's not, it's not like Sir said, it's not just one simple answer. And obviously, every single human being, everyone in this room, have had different, unique growing up experiences. And that shapes our lives. I'll give you a very quick therapy for free, 2 minutes, for everyone in here. Treat your mind as you treat your body. Yeah? So suppose you fell down and you scraped your knee and you put on a band-aid. You will not go back and peel the band-aid every 5 minutes to think, "Arey, theek hua kya? Am I healed? Am I healed?" You don't do that. But you do the exact opposite to your mind. And how do you expect it to heal? How do you expect it to, find who you are, who it is? You're constantly, at battle with your head, but you're doing the opposite to your body. You're giving it love, you're giving it food, you're taking it for a walk, you're giving it sleep. But for your mind, you see the gap we have created between body and mind, and that is why most people are lost. Start treating your mind as you would treat your bodies. Give it the love, give it good books, music, good literature, good friends, good conversations, and see how slowly you figure out who you are yourself.
So characters, they fill in the vacuum.
Most of the time, at least in my opinion.
Right.
Or else we would just be impressed by the character at the max, but not imitate the character. Would be very moved by the character, maybe it might make us cry,
Right.
but I'll not try and go become like Salman Khan.
Right.
I mean, I will not be moved by him either. No, you.
Thank you.
You know what I mean.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. Goparanjan, before I come to you, I would just like to give this one instance. I was talking about Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things, and I was waiting for her second book, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness. I pre-ordered it, and I was very excited, and I thought, this book is going to change my life as well. And I ordered it, and I was in the first few chapters. I was into the first few chapters. I developed a strange feeling. I'm like, it's not as good as the God of Small Things. It's in fact very bad. The Ministry of Utmost Happiness by Arundhati Roy. And I was into a few chapters, and now I have started getting offended by the writing. Now, I have idealized her, and she was the epitome of expressions for me. But the second book, it angered me. It offended me. And I didn't complete the book. I gave it away to somebody I don't like. So my question to you, sir, is, do you think that our opinion of a book is based on our experiences, impressions, and role models?
Our experiences.
Yes, sir. our experiences, impressions, and role models.
Well, when I was in school or early part of college life, I had my own bias and prejudices, in a sense. When I was doing my PhD, a topic was given to me to work on 3 living writers, Upamanyu Chatterjee, Shashi Tharoor, and Bikram Seth. I started thinking, who is going to read these authors? Because I had my bias against those who were my contemporaries or writing in our time. I had the same old notion that the famous Indian English novelists are R.K. Narayan, Mulk Raj Anand, and Raja Rao. To some extent, some others, including Khushwant Singh or Bhabani Bhattacharya. But among the moderns, because I had my bias, my own impressions, I didn't want to read them at all. So how to do my PhD? Well, a small paragraph in the form of a report, a news, came out in the last page of the Statesman. I was subscribing to that paper. Well, I would like to ask a very simple question. Not actually a question, but how many of you are familiar with the title of a book, A Suitable Boy?
Can we raise our hands? Are you familiar with the title, A Suitable
Title of the book, A Suitable Boy. Oh. I can understand because it was written, published. It took nearly 10 years for Bikram Seth to complete that novel. It was published in the year 1993. And the book ran to about 1500 pages. Those days, it was priced at 500 rupees. So a very leading publishing company, they arranged one thing, that Bikram Seth, the author, would be sitting in the bookshop, and whoever comes to buy a copy, he would give his autograph. So Bikram Seth is sitting. A very young, sprightly college girl enters the shop and says nonchalantly, "Give me a suitable boy." So Bikram Seth gets up, goes to the girl, smiles and says, "Young lady, you better ask for a copy of your suitable boy. Because with your request, you are not sure what you are going to get." And that small news changed my attitude, so to say. The bias I had not to read the modern authors, I changed my mind and I started reading, and I must say I enjoyed the book so much. So, to your question, to what extent are impressions and
experiences and role models,
influence, our liking or disliking a book is very much there. But we should try to get over those biases, not only about books, about persons also. Because in my school, under the persuasion of others, I had seen movies of old timers like Dilip Kumar, Raj Kapoor, Devanand, and all that. And somehow I had bias against modern actors. And you may be surprised to know that Amitabh Bachchan was a fresher for me, was a newcomer for me. And I didn't see the movie when it came to our city, Cuttack, for the first time. The movie was Anand. Some of you might have seen it. It's one of the finest movies made in our country. And it got so many awards. Amitabh Bachchan got his first Filmfare supporting actor, and Rajesh Khanna as best actor. I remember Amitabh Bachchan photo in the Filmfare, and the caption went like this: "The patient died, but the doctor put up a good performance. The Babu Moshai of Anand." After reading that only, when it came to our city for the second time, I saw the movie and I realized, and probably Dilip Kumar and Raj Kapoor could not have acted so beautifully as these two, Rajesh Khanna and Amitabh Bachchan. So our bias, our experiences sometimes influence us while judging a book, judging a character, and judging a person also.
Wonderful.
So we should try to get over those feelings, those attitude, and try to develop a balanced attitude to everything.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We are running short of time. So we will take one question from the audience, which will be directed to Dr. Anyone from the audience who would like to ask a question? We will take 2, 3. We are running short of time, but not a problem. Please introduce yourself and then your question.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Adishri. I am currently studying in class 12. It's a great opportunity that I got a chance to hear you all. For that, thanks first of all. So my question is, we as the student of senior secondary, while choosing our stream as science, commerce and arts, have faced one problem. One of my classmates, when I was studying in class 10, wanted to take arts, humanities, but he wasn't able to take because of his family's thoughts about arts. You will read literature, what you will do with it? You will come as a professor in any university, and while your friends will be doctors and engineers. So that is the thought that our society is facing. After reading many books of Stephanie Meyer, I thought that I have literature as an option that I can take if I wasn't able to crack my NEET examinations. So when I informed my parents about it, they were like, keep it as a second option. So what are your point of views about this taboo that exists in this society regarding literature, regarding humanities? Thank you.
I think we should be objective. We are not here as sales representatives of humanities departments. Okay.
Sir, but concentrating to literature background, pardon me.
We are talking about, we must carefully distinguish between reading literature and studying literature. Doesn't matter if you become a technocrat, a doctor, or a space scientist. We are interested in your reading literature because literature will enrich your life. Studying literature is a totally different cup of tea. Sometimes literature has to be rescued from teachers of literature and students of literature. Sometimes people get sick of it because they are doing an MA in English. But T.S. Eliot was a banker. Someone else was a doctor. So some of our G. Patel is a doctor. So literature doesn't depend on students opting for it as a subject. That can destroy their interest in literature, like I told you. Literature has to be rescued from departments of literature. Okay, over-enthusiastic teachers of literature will ask you to opt for literature, but they might be doing a disservice to you. You should love literature because it enriches your perception of life. It teaches you how to look at things from various points of view, and it will enable you to distinguish between success and significance. Somebody might be very successful, but may be terribly insignificant. Okay, somebody may be very significant, may be considered a failure. So literature will refine your sensibility, will enrich your perspective on life, but don't bother about studying it. Don't disappoint your parents. If they want you to be a doctor, be a good doctor. They are better than a good teacher of literature. Okay, I'd be very happy if I go to a good doctor. And if I'm ill, I won't go to a writer. Writers are dangerous people. Okay.
Well, as a doctor, when you're operating on your patient, you may recite a poem. They would love that. So we are really short of time. I know that the session is very interesting, and we all had something to learn today. To carry forward with the proceedings, I would like to call Dr. Lipsa Mishra. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, we thoroughly enjoyed the discussion and it was so engaging that we all lost all track of time. You have enriched our perception of life, sir and ma'am. Elements of heroic exist in almost every individual. It is only the felicitous development of them all in one is rare. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Time has come to express our gratification to the stalwarts of literature. I request Principal Dr. Sujata, Principal N.K. Raut sir, Principal Jyoti Madam, to come on the dais for the felicitation ceremony. I beseech Sir Madan Mohan Panda, Chairman DAV Kalinganagar, to honor our guests with a token of appreciation. Sir and Madams, please. Now I request the volunteers to come forward with the felicitations. Our revered guests are seen being felicitated with an uttariya, a potted sapling, and our school magazine. Uttariya represents the culture and tradition of Odisha. A potted sapling is a token of admiration, a small act of benevolence that shows our thankfulness. And the school magazine Prerna represents our pride, ecstasy, and our success as Deviants. Thank you, everyone. Now I request our dignitaries to come to the green room for refreshments.
Good afternoon, honorable invited dignitaries of the occasion, esteemed guests, my colleagues, of DAV institutions and my dear students. I feel privileged to welcome you all to the third session of DAV Literary Conclave today. The program, which is a vision conceived by DAV Center of Academic Excellence and DAV United Foundation, aims at developing competencies of the students in English and other languages. Now, here we are going to witness a panel discussion on a very important and need-based topic, careers in literature. Dear students, by nature, all of us human beings, are creative and artistic. That's why many of you must have enjoyed the hobbies like painting, dancing, singing, all these things in your childhood days. But as you grow up, you stop that with a warning from your parents. You have to give more importance to science and maths, because literature never promises lucrative jobs, even assured incomes. It is believed that land of literature is ruled by Goddess Saraswati, and sometimes Goddess Lakshmi remembers about that, but rarely she visits. That's why, leaving the land of literature, we go somewhere else. But let's wake up today to the reality and ask ourselves, can we pursue a career in literature that not only promises good income, satisfaction, but also a great contentment to the heart's core throughout our life? For the purpose, I request our eminent panelists to kindly grace their seats on the dais for a discussion on careers in literature. I request my colleague, Mrs. Sarada Khuntia, PGT in English, to escort our panelists, Sri Krishna Mohan Tata, Sri Roshan Bisoi, Sri Soumya Darshan Jena, and Dr. Krishna Prada Das to the dais. Saran ma'am, please. I feel delighted as our guests, the eminent personalities in the field of literature and art, are going to inspire us in the fields of literature and how we can pursue our careers in that. It's a moment I must introduce our panelists to the audience. Mr. Krishna Mohan Tata, a dreamer, entrepreneur, and author, is the co-founder and director of Gitanjali Awards, the leading player in the awards recognition industry. The master storyteller, Mr. Krishna Mohan Tata, got his first book, A Jar of Pebbles, released by His Excellency, Governor of Odisha, and received a rave review of literature lovers. Mr. Roshan Bisoi, the renowned stand-up comedian, an amateur guitarist, and a humanoid singer, has written and acted in many short films, web series like John's Cafe and Welcome to the Family, and some popular parodies. Mr. Bisoi has also worked in Odia feature films. Mr. Soumya Darshan Jena is a teacher, life skill trainer, and content writer who is in love with literature and storytelling since childhood, trying persistently to observe and record the enthusiastic spirit of life and world around him. What he believes more than anything else is new stories create new perspectives that help create a better world. Dr. Krishna Prada Das, with specialization in linguistic, stylistic, and ELT, has a career span over 14 years, during which she has accumulated rich experience by teaching students pursuing various programs. Currently, she is working as the head, Department of Humanities and Social Science, Dreams Autonomous College. Not only she teaches in university curriculum, but also conducts various soft skill sessions, such as management games and personality development strategies. Now, I request Mrs. Sarada Khuntia, the moderator of the panel discussion, to kindly take over the proceedings. Mrs. Khuntia, please.
Thank you, Shashank sir. It's indeed a privilege to share the stage with such dignified personalities, and more importantly, it's a privilege to host a program for such a wonderful gathering. taking from what Shashank sir had just said about the topic, careers in literature. My dear students, this is not going to be just a panel discussion of delivering speeches or opinions, but this is going to enlighten you about the prospects of pursuing a dignified career in literature. So let us begin with our first point of discussion, the question of choosing a career. We all know we have a lot of factors in our mind when we choose a career. So what, according to you, influences the most in choosing a career? Which factor influences the most? And also I would like to give your opinion on how nowadays multiple careers is becoming a kind of trend. So factors for choosing a career and multiple careers. Ma'am, we'll begin with you. Dr. Das.
Gratitude enough, dear ma'am, for such a beautiful beginning. Dear students, before I put forward my views, I just want to ask you one thing. How many of you have watched the movie Three Idiots? Oh, almost all. Okay, who is your favorite character in that movie? Okay. So I'm quite sure that you must have remembered all the dialogues that, so Ranchod Das of Hungshuk Wangdu, played by Amir Khan, he has delivered in the movie. One of the dialogue was when all the friends were sitting on the stairs and they were discussing, like if the father of Sachin Tendulkar had asked him to become one of the finest singers of the world, what would have happened to him? Isn't it? And the second thing, if father of Lata Mangeshkar had told her to become one of the finest cricketers of India, Team India, what would have happened to her? Whether they would have achieved that position or not. What do you say? So before choosing any career, what is more important is your skills, your expertise, and moreover about your passion. For what you have your passion, that ultimately you have to take up as your career. If you have a passion for photography, be a photographer. If you have a passion for acting, be an actor. If you have a passion for videography, be a videographer. If you have a passion for technology, be an engineer, be a scientist, or whatever field related to technology and science. So before choosing any career, you have to have that passion for that. Yes, this is the thing I want to do in my life. This is the thing I want to build up my career in this particular field or area. And about, as ma'am said, choosing multiple careers, I want to say it has become a kind of trend in these areas actually, while choosing multiple careers, and it also enhances your skills. I have seen people who have become professors in educational line. They are very good actors as well in film industry. I have seen people who are professors or academicians, and they're into the young generation. Basically, they have turned bloggers, content writers, and they're going to establish themselves in those fields. So multiple career is something that you can expand your skills, you can expand your expertise as well as your income. So this is just my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jinnah, your...
That was very enlightening, ma'am. Thank you for that. And I thank Principal ma'am and rest everybody, all the teachers for inviting us here. If I'm not wrong, I think 9th and 10th is sitting here. So you're the right kind of audience for whatever discussion is going on. Okay. We wish that we had this kind of discussion when we were at your place. Okay. Now, the first question that ma'am actually asked about what should be the most important factor while you choose a career. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is, I think most of you must have read a very recent book. It's not a very recent book. The concept of the Japanese Ikigai, right? So, I think you have read, or at least you have heard of. Okay, see, what it actually lays out in very simple terms is, it's a kind of an intersection of what you are good at, okay, and if somebody is going to pay you for being good at that thing, whatever your skills at, whatever the world needs you to do, whatever you are good at, and there is in the middle a very small portion, it's a small portion. That intersectionality will be very, very small. Okay. And this is the right time for you people to find that out. That is why whenever I talk to students, I tell them, write down your strengths, what you are good at doing. And then you will have time enough to find out what are the multiple options or the career options you can go about. Okay. But again, see, as ma'am also said that if Sachin Tendulkar would be singing, I'm not sure. We haven't seen him singing, but I'm sure he must have singing well. I'm not very, very sure about Lata Mangeshkar playing cricket. So, but see, practically speaking, you have to find out literature as, this was a very enlightening session that we had just before this. I was listening to all the most senior academicians here, and very, very rightly said, sir, you are already here, that literature enriches your life. Okay, you read something to gain knowledge about life and people. It gives you a new perspective. Okay, so your reading habit is something that you can carry on. Okay, now if somebody is going to pay you for doing that, nobody knows. Nobody actually knows, and nobody has the right answer for that. Okay, I am 2 books old, and I know how many copies books sell. Okay, apart from that, there are multiple career options. If you are really interested in literature, you can go into journalism, copy editing, copywriting, content writing. We live in a world, 21st century, we have multiple options. The internet is opening up new avenues almost every day. You can blog, you can be a content creator, influencer, you can be anything, okay, with your creative part. Okay, so at this point of stage, first find out if actually you do love literature, right? And point it out. What are you good at? You have enough time to find it out what you are good at. Play on your strengths. You may not study literature, but you can keep it as a kind of an option that you can do anything with your creative ideas once you settle down into whatever will pay your bills. Okay, I'm not sure, and this is very practical, that writing stories or telling stories may or may not pay your bills in life. Out of 100, it pays bills of maybe 2 people, even lesser than that. Okay, but it is a part of life that will enrich you in other ways. So settle down into something that will pay your bills, will kind of give you the kind of life that you dream of, and then work on your passions, right? So that is what I would like to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bisoy, what are your opinion on this?
Hi. So, yes, first of all, thank you, ma'am, thank you, Mayuk, for putting out this invitation to become a panelist in something. The panel is called. The discussion is on careers in literature, right? And I think Madam and Somyo Bhai, they just put out very valid, real points. So what I'll do is I would not try to repeat these points. You've heard this, otherwise it would get boring. Let's point out this one thing. Who are the backbenchers here? You're sitting in the front of the row and raising your hands to being backbenchers. So they can sit anywhere. All right, so I think this is the new cool thing, right? Why am I asking? Is when we see the creme de la creme, or the top academic students who are doing great in their studies, they have a sort of defined career path, either by parents, by teachers, by peers, some way or the other. What happens to backbenchers who, like to have a little bit of fun on the side, right? So this is a question, okay? Who do you think is the coolest man on earth right now? So I think it's free to assume Elon Musk is cool. Yes? You find him cool because he writes brilliant tweets. More or less, right? I think this can be a driving factor to decide career, right? So if you find a person or a position which is cool enough that you'd aspire to be there in 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, you can decode that person, bring out pointers. Ki this is something Musk does every day, and I'd like to do this every day. This is something Musk achieves every day, I'd like to achieve it every day. Break those things down, and I think cumulatively, together, that might become a deciding factor for your career. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We move on to Mr. Krishna Mohan Tata.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I thank the principal and the school for being a part of a panelist in front of such great people. So I feel like a first-time batsman facing a fast bowler who's coming in at rocket speed and bowling. So my three co-panelists have already talked about so many things. So being the last in the queue has its own advantages. I can either summarize or come up with an answer of my own. So before that, I would like to tell you a story, a little story of how I took up science in class 11. You know, it was sheer, I'm a dinosaur. When do you think I passed out school? Which year? Yeah, you're closer. I passed out school in 83. Okay? And that was an age when there was no mobile phone. Forget about mobile phone. There were no phones also. So, and I was put in science. And I had taken zoology. You know, I had taken biology. And in my first practical, there was a frog on a tray. And it was looking into my eyes and saying, cut me. And I had to look at the frog and cut it. And once I cut it, it started bleeding. It was then and there I decided that science was not for me. So like ma'am said, you know, like, do we know what is your passion? Like, and like sir said, like, you know, like, find out, write down what actually makes you happy while doing something. What is it that you want to do? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you really want to be? Do you want to be a doctor just because there's a family of doctors? Do you want to be an engineer just because the neighbor's son went to IIT with a rank of 33? What is it that you want to be? You know, like, yes, passion is the first point that comes to your mind. Other than that, you know, like what Mr. Somya said, what is it that is going to pay your bills at the end of the day? You know, something has to take care of your bills, something has to take care of your rents. So there has to be a blend between passion and practicality. You know, it's not an easy decision. It's not as easy like we are sitting here and talking and coming. It is time, it will take time for you to understand what you want to become. And what is it that will actually, like, you know, it is something where you got to find your passion. It is something where you have to be, you know, be able to pay your bills. There's something like, what is it that is going, do you want more me time? Do you want to make it really, really big and go somewhere else? So all these things matter a lot, and all these things are not easy answers, which you will have to find out the answers yourself. Now, coming back to multitasking, my young friend Roshan sitting beside me is the greatest multitasking, multi-employee. He works in a software firm, and once I saw him doing fantastic. He's a great stand-up comedian, and he's from your school. Clap for him. and you know what? And you know what? When you listen to his lines, you wonder where they come from. It is literature, of course. He has read a lot of books. And he keeps reading, he keeps writing, and he keeps creating. And that is what makes him come up with such cool acts, as he say. So now, is literature going to give you a great career? Like in the technical old age terms, literature was something when you wrote a book, you know, and you got it published, and then somebody read it. Like, let us think of cricket some 20 years ago. It was test match cricket. Today, cricket is 2020. Today, cricket is IPL. Today, cricket is much more. even we can refine literature like that. So now you can think of what is it but the core factor remains that you have to read books, you have to be aware of so many things that are happening, you have to watch a lot of things, you have to grasp knowledge. Only then you can create content. Like, how many of you are on Instagram here? Everyone. A lot of people are not raising their hands. It doesn't matter. I will take it that everyone is on Instagram. So, so when you're on Instagram, you see so much beautiful content coming up. Of course, there's rotten content out there, but also you'll find great content there. Now, who is writing the content? Somebody out there is creating that content. You can be one of them if you feel that you have it in you to create such great content. Content that connects, content that makes you laugh, content that makes you cry, content that moves you. So, end of the day, it is a balancing act about where your passion lies and what is going to make you pay your bills. So it's a tough act, but at the same time, things are very exciting nowadays. So many exciting opportunities. You can do a podcast. You can be a blogger. I know of a young blogger the other day I met. She'll be about, 28, 27. She earns a lot of money. And what does she do? She blogs. But in order to do anything in life, please understand that you may want to do anything, but how do you move towards it? You have to be focused. You have to understand to be anything in life, you have to move towards it with perfection. Only then with focus will you reach there. I don't know whether I answered it correctly or I jumbled it up, but whatever
Absolutely,
it is, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists for such enlightening career options that you have come up with for our students here. With this, I would come to Dr. Krishna Prada Das. Madam, multiple careers, you just said that it is a possibility of having multiple careers, and in fact, many of us look for such. Usually, it happens when we are looking for multiple careers, we pursue complementary careers. So, in case of literature, what other careers can complement the careers in literature, or the vice versa? You can say.
Yes, like we discussed also in the first point, some of the panelists, they also pointed out that, see, literature is no more that spontaneous overflow, powerful feeling. Because if you read literature, we used to believe that, yes, I want to be a professor, I want to be an academician. But now there are various areas that you can choose as your career. And those areas that really complement the career of the literature students. Especially you can join journalism. You can be a very good journalist because when you are a student of literature, you must have developed your analytical skills. You must have developed your editorial skills. You must have developed your perfection in writing. That is why you can be a very good journalist. You can analyze the things. You can put forward your views in a proper way. And lawyers. You can be very good lawyer even after becoming a literature student. Because when you are choosing your career as a lawyer, you must have that kind of, communication skills to convince people. And that ultimately comes by studying literature, because literature teaches you a lot about life. Content writing and bloggers, now this has become the trend. Everyone is adopting that, even basically the youngsters. You can also be the editorial assistants. Wherever you go, you can do the editing part. Advertising agencies and all. Many career options are there where that complements the students of literature, not only the academicians.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Soumya Darsanjana, my question to you is, career in literature is a second or backup option, especially in Odisha. Do you agree? And if yes, of course, what are your views on this?
Thank you, ma'am. It's a very relevant question, and see, it is never a backup. Okay, it can be a complementary career option for students, because when you read and when you write, it develops your creativity skills, as well as it gives you many aspects of life that you can put into any kind of career. As ma'am said, being a lawyer gives you good communication skills, being a journalist, being a copy editor, being a blogger or a content writer, it can give you all that. And as I said before, that first you need to fix out what is going to pay your bills and what do you need to settle down, and then slowly work on your passions. If literature at all is a passion, okay. I was reminded of when ma'am said about journalism. I think a journalist once asked Hemingway, have anyone of you heard of who Ernest Hemingway is? Just raise your hands. I just want to know who Hemingway you have read, right? Okay, you have heard of him. See, Hemingway is one of the greatest writers of 21st century, and you see yourself how many of you have heard or you have read of Hemingway. No, I just want to know what kind of authors do you read? Just throw around anything, any names. Okay, I got it. See, it's very difficult to hear. Okay, but if at all you are interested in literature and all, read the best books. Okay, come then slowly read the classical authors, then slowly come to the contemporary authors. Okay, now about Hemingway, what I was saying is, once a journalist asked Hemingway that journalists have always this habit of making lists of everything. Okay, give me the top 10 of this, top 20 of that. So once a journalist asked Hemingway, sir, give me the list of 10 books that I should read and I should become the best student in literature. Okay, people have this habit. Okay, even I used to go and search on the internet, give me the 20 books that I should read so that I am good at literature. Okay, now what Hemingway answered was, yes, there are 10 books that you will read and you will become a great student of literature, but to know which 10 books work for you, you may have to read 10,000 books first. Okay, so at your age, I'm assuming I'm speaking to 9th and 10th students, I have only one advice: read, write, and write. You will have enough options and opportunities once you go deep into literature, once you hone your skills. Okay, then the world is at your disposal. You can do anything. Right now, you have the time to hone your skills. Keep writing. Even on the days when you don't feel like writing, that is exactly the day when you should be writing. Okay, and read. For example, I read, let's say 30 to 35 books per year. I try to keep up to that benchmark somehow. I fail. We all do. But we at least try that 1 or 2 books a month. Keep up your habit. Okay, once your creativity gets into you, you will see many options that you are not able to see now. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Bisoy, do you think in our state, Orissa, we have enough prospects to have a career in literature?
Okay, enough prospects to have a career in literature.
Like, do you think students, we don't find here, compared to other states, taking up literature so much as a career. So, do you think it's because we do not have enough prospects, or is it that the students are not properly enlightened or briefed about it? So, what are your views on this?
Okay, I'll just put it in a very different perspective. Okay, what I genuinely believe is what literature does is it enables you to have a different perspective and imagination, right? So, to say that literature में scope नहीं है या फिर there are no career options or opportunities in a particular state or a region or a country or wherever is actually saying that, hey, you've got wings, but you can't fly. I do not think that's a right statement. I'll just rephrase it in a very different way. We are talking about careers in literature, yes. But have we thought of the other side, which is literature in career? Which means, irrespective of what you do, okay, that is, you might be an engineer, you might be a doctor, you might be an actor or a teacher. Irrespective of what you do, you will eventually fall into reading a lot of things. These might not be novels, These might be very specific to what you are pursuing. But this is literature. This will help you develop a perception, a very unique perception on a very specific thing. At the same time, this will also let your mind fly out of the window, run wild in your imagination. Absolutely bonkers. You see, dreaming and imagining are not boxed things, right? I might be sitting here, but I can obviously think that I'm standing there, doing some stand-up, or maybe sitting in the back and listening to you guys. This is absolutely free. This is absolutely doable. There is a very famous thing, since we talk about reading books, I totally agree to that. I'd like to add upon it actually, which is Yuval Noah Harris. Anyone has heard this person's name? Yuval Noah Harris is a very famous author. He wrote the book Sapiens. You've heard this name? Okay, great. So you've heard Yuval Noah Harris and you haven't heard Hemingway. Okay. All right, so Yuval Noah Harris had said this once, that if you read what everyone else is reading, you will think what everyone else is thinking. To become different, to approach things differently, you need to read differently. You need to understand differently. I'll tell you, we're talking about multiple career options, right? So I'll just do a small brief on what I have done so far. And it might look like multiple careers, but when you look at the root of it, it is a single career. Which is, so I first started doing this thing called content writing. It was a marketing job. After that, I went to do culinary. So I studied how to cook. Okay, so I went to a culinary institute and learned how to cook things, right? After that, the ideal progression path should have been joining a hotel, being a chef, so on and so forth. Yes, I didn't do that. I took a hard detour. I decided, okay, let's try this new cool thing called stand-up. Let's see how this works, okay? And this happened while I was doing my culinary arts. I was pursuing an internship at a very prestigious hotel. As soon as I started doing that stand-up thing, I met a lot of people who were into films, who were writing films, making films, producing films, directing them, and acting in them. So that's when I got to be a part of a fantastic film. I was working as an assistant director in Masan, if you have ever seen that film. Okay. After that, I realized, okay, this is great. This is something I can do. This is something I'm totally liking to do. This is something I'm loving to do, right? Then I realized that this film worked because we marketed it really well. We told people that you need to come and watch this. Then I realized that, this entire creating a persona, or this entire marketing or branding, this is something I can make a career in it as well. The underlying theme of all of this was actually storytelling. I didn't get into cooking because I liked to cook chicken pakoda, no. I got into cooking because I liked to reminisce the flavors, the smell that I got when I was in my mom's kitchen or in my grandmom's kitchen. This is a story I wanted to keep on telling myself. When I did stand-up, it wasn't making jokes. It was about telling stories that I have lived, or maybe someone else has lived and I've heard them. And I wanted to tell these stories in a manner that you would get. That it would be funny, that it would be engaging. When it came to films, it was always about the story that I want to do. So the underlying theme has always been storytelling. What I'm trying to say is, multiple careers? Yes. If you get to that one underlying theme, if you get to that one road, you can put up buildings that will eventually make the whole city of your imagination, right?
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for such an enlightening response.
I think all the career options we have had, we just add being a filmmaker to that. Okay, just...
Wonderful. A huge round of applause for sir's new endeavor. Well, I'm sure we all have understood that career and literature, they are not two different things. And in fact, any career we can incorporate literature into it. Literature helps us in any career that we can pursue. With this, we come to Mr. Krishna Mohan Tata. Sir, often people take up writing as a career much later in life. What do you think is the reason behind this?
I would like to say that, like when you're starting off, you're more focused on paying the bills. And, so writing is something which is like meditation. It's like doing yoga. It requires a lot of effort. It's not that I'll sit down and write a piece immediately. It's when you're starting out, you're thinking about where do I go from here? And it's only later on in life when you're settled down a bit, the thought of, and it's also about the experiences you have gathered. You meet so many people, so many fascinating things happen in a life, so many sad things happen, and you would like to share this experience in some form, maybe in a story, maybe in some kind of prose, some kind of an article. Or this is when you think of writing. In my case, I became an entrepreneur, and being a small entrepreneur in a small city and battling all the odds, at the back of my mind, it was always there that I'm going to write someday. So the pandemic came as a blessing in disguise in many ways, even though it did many harsh things. So that was when I decided to write about something which has always fascinated me. That is the ordinary. There's something magical about the ordinary. On the face of it, the ordinary is shapeless, colorless, but when you scratch the surface of the ordinary, its earthy fragrance will engulf you with joy and happiness. And that was when I felt, hey, there are so many people. He may be a drain cleaner, he may be a cobbler, he may be a plumber, he might be an ordinary guy but all these people have got fascinating stories. And when I talk to them, I realize that they're all heroes. A hero need not be, quote unquote, a hero, standing like Amitabh Bachchan and kicking 50 people. Of course, he's a hero, But at the same time, so I felt that I had to share all these stories with many more people. And that was when I decided to write. So coming back to your question, like why do people pick up later on in life when they have a little more time? As I told you, writing, it requires, you have to put your flow into it, your thoughts into it. And anybody who has written a book will always know that takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. So
absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. I'm
like
sure. Yes, ma'am. Please.
As sir said, but being a student of literature, I would like to say that there are many famous writers in English literature who have started writing at a very tender age. And they have grabbed a lot of appreciations, and we are reading them in this era just because of their wonderful style of writing. How many of you have read John Keats? Have you read John Keats? How many of you have read? Have you read Ode to Nightingale or any kind of odes of John Keats? He is such a good romantic writer. He belongs to the romantic age. He died at a very tender age, something around 32. But he has accumulated that much of importance in literature that today when we think of romantic era, and the most romantic poet ever after Wordsworth and Shelley who comes to our mind is John Keats. So if you study literature, it will teach you best aspects of life. It's all about your passion in writing. It's all about imprinting your emotions in words. That's
Sure,
what
ma'am.
matters.
Thank you so
Age is just
much.
a number in case of
Definitely.
literature.
Whether you write
Completely
early
agree.
at your age or later,
Completely agree.
in either of the case, the creativity is something that you are pouring into the paper. And here I would come to Mr. Bisoi. Sir has got so many, you have discussed about so many of aspects of your career that you have experienced, you have explored so many options. So what are the challenges that you have faced? I'm sure you must have faced, it's not an easy road, of course. So I want my students to know that what challenges they would come across and how are they supposed to face the challenges?
You see, when we talk about challenges, I'd like to bring attention to another small aspect of life, our life in general. That is privilege. Okay? I was a very privileged person. I am a very privileged person to begin with. I'm not from humble background. I'm not going to tell that, ghar pe khane ko nahi tha, and no, nothing like that. I was not from a humble background. I was from a well-to-do place. That is where I faced actually little challenge, because there was backing from family. There was this innate courage that I can do this, let's see what happens. I had a safety net, right? So to say what challenges in a broader spectrum, I doubt that would, sort of encapsulate every challenge. No. For me, what can be challenging, there's a high chance it would not be a challenge for, say, Somya Bhai, or vice versa. But yeah, if you would like literature-wise challenges, one major challenge is actually creative block. You keep on doing stuff, there will be a point where you run out of ideas. When you will run out of ideas, when you will find, everything, no, this is not working for me, this is not right, I'm doing it bad. The other thing is you will become complacent. You will eventually fall into a place where you'll think, I'm not good enough. What am I doing here? I chose the wrong thing, probably. Another thing, and this is the most biggest mental challenge that you'll eventually face, that once you overcome this complacency, once you overcome whatever challenges you have, you might become egoistic. Seriously, it's a real thing. You might have that superior feeling, and you will, and it's pretty normal, pretty natural to have. When you achieve so many things, too many things in a shorter span of time, at a tender age or little age, you have all the bragging rights to tell that, hey, you know what, I've done this. So yeah. This is exactly the sort of challenge that will require a higher amount of work to get out of, to become humble again, to get back to your roots, to realize that bragging is my weakness. So self-awareness is something that we have to inculcate, we have to develop from a very, very tender age. So that is actually, if you would, sort of bring it all in a nutshell, we've been talking about writing down your own strengths, figuring out your own passions. This all comes from self-awareness. Self-awareness is the key which will help you come over whatever challenges, whatever curveballs life will throw at you.
Thank you so much, sir. So humility, my students, yes.
Being the kind of challenges that you face while doing any kind of creative work, I was reminded of a book that I was reading recently. I think many of you must have heard about Stephen King, right? Yeah, you must have. Many of his books have been made into movies. Now, he's not big with the critics because he's a very popular writer. Okay, Stephen King has been writing for almost almost 3 to 4 decades. There is a book that he wrote. It's a part memoir and part writing tips. It's called On Writing. If at all you're interested in the craft of writing, do read it. Okay, because he didn't come from a very what do you say, a privileged background, and still he made it. Persistence. The key ideas are being persistent. When you do some kind of creative work, never think about what will be the reaction of the world, what are they going to tell about me, what is the feedback. There will be time for that. Not while you write, not while you sing, or while you dance. Okay, it should be for you. Okay, don't think about those kind of things, and don't get into that kind of a complexion that how the world will react to me. Okay, and literature comes from a very rich experience of life. I've had many students who have told me that I don't want to do anything else, sir, as I want to read books, I want to write good books, I want to write poems. I said no. You have heard about Tolkien, the person who wrote The Lord of the Rings. Part of the book was written in trenches while he was fighting in World War. Okay, so your literature or your creative habits come from a very rich experience of being involved with life, and challenges are a part of that. You don't run away from them, you face them. That is what is going to give you the material to write or to bring something into your creativity. Otherwise, all kind of your knowledge will be very bookish. Okay, so you need to get involved, face criticism, face challenges, whatever people throw at you, keep your head fine, stand your ground, you will do fine. Okay, persistence. The key word is persistence here.
Thank you so much, sir. So my dear students, humility is important, and also facing the challenge, not running from it. Soumya sir, I would like you to just share with the students. You are basically from engineering background. So you changed it. Now you write books, and amazing books, of course. So you've changed to literature. Do you regret reading engineering? Or has it helped you in writing the book?
Ma'am, I don't regret leaving engineering because I have already completed engineering, so I'm already. What I did was I changed my method of earning money. I changed my profession because being in the corporate sector wasn't giving me the right amount of time to do whatever I wanted to do. And obviously, I'm the kind of person who wanted to experiment a little bit. So I went back to do my masters in English and all. I taught people language skills, soft skills, and the madam is also involved in that. And then I do a lot of corporate training and all, and I enjoy doing that.
It's going to be the next Chetan Bhagat then.
No.
People remember Chetan Bhagat more than for literature, not like as a management student these days.
I really would I would dread the day when I become Chetan Bhagat, ma'am.
Definitely.
So that's it. So what you are asking is, why did I change?
My point is that, do you think that had you not done engineering and pursued your career from the beginning in English, would it have been a better option? Do you think so? Or you think that engineering has actually helped you to choose English later in your career?
No, we cannot go back. You cannot go back and change your past. Whatever we are today, it is because of the path that we have traveled. Maybe something else would have happened. So we can never go back and do some regrets that we could have done this, we could have done that. Maybe something more worse could have happened. No. So whatever we are today, wherever we are standing today, is because of the path we have traveled. And we must be grateful for whatever that path was.
So our students should be very, very confident in whatever they are choosing ahead. They should be confident, and they should not regret later. Anything they have read is useful, whatever they have read so far. Thank you so much.
I have an anecdote, if I can share, okay? So, I also did BTech, okay, engineering. I started off with that at least, with a hope of, I don't know what. That hope was pretty simple. Do a job, get a job, okay? Before that, I used to read and write here and there. There was no structure to it, there was no agenda to it, there was nothing to it. It was just there.
Just to check, it actually, BTech is the backup option, not literature.
Okay.
So what happened is, when I joined BTech, I made a lot of friends. And a lot of these friends were fantastic, great movie aficionados. So they used to watch a lot of international movies, critically acclaimed ones, things I had never heard of. So then I started watching these movies with them. And this took a year or two. When I was in the third year of my BTech, I got so angry on this particular actor called Amir Khan, I went out and wrote a huge blog of, say, around 1,200 words, that why is Amir Khan such a pretentious person? Okay? That blog in 2011 was the first time I saw virality. That blog somehow went viral. A lot of people related to it. They were like, yes, we agree to your point. So it made a lot of traction, okay? It made a lot of traction. There were controversies around it, totally agree. But here's my point. Had I not been doing BTech and not met these friends or watched several nights of hours of cinema with them, movies with them, I would have not probably come up with this very, angry, yes, but a different set of opinion. Contradictory might be, but unique set of perspective. So yes, so whatever you do will eventually add up to the rest of your lives. That will bring out stories, that will bring out anecdotes, that will become the literature of your life.
Thank you so much, sir. And in fact, we have got very important, very significant information from Mr. Soumya that BTech was the backup. In fact, literature was not. So thank you so much. With this, actually, I come to the most vital question to Dr. Das. money is very important for all of us in life. Is of course it is one of the important factors. So, what do you think in a career in literature? How much money do you think we can make? How much here? I don't want a figure. I just want to like in comparison to the other career options.
Ma'am, this is a very tricky question actually. Money is important for everyone, but it's not like that when you are building your career in literature, how much money you are going to get. It's all about your skills and expertise and the way you are giving your best to your career. Whatever career it may be literature, it may be any of the careers, you have to give your best. If you are skilled, if you are capable enough, if you have that ability, then money is not a restraint for you. So it's all about having your passion, your capability, your skills and your ability.
It may take some time, but I'm sure they will be able to earn as much money as you get in all other fields. Right, ma'am? Thank you so much.
Definitely.
And finally, I would like to ask Mr. Tata, sir, entrepreneur to writing book. So definitely passion, not money. So you think, how would you motivate our students here to run after their passion, to follow their passion, and not money is, of course, a primary requirement, but still they should look for their passion. How would you like to motivate our students here?
That's really a big bouncer. But what I would like to say is that, yes, passion is the primary thing which actually drives us all. You know, it may be there hidden deep inside you, like Roshan said, he's a B.Tech. Mr. Somyo, he's also an engineer. So your passion is going to come out at some point of time. And it is going to, like, you have to motivate yourself to become what you want to be. Self-realization, self-awareness, as everybody said. How do you know what you want to become? How do you realize? That is a process which may happen after B.Tech, which may happen after M.Tech. But it's a process which is there, and you have to try to find out what really makes you happy. You know, you have to sit down alone and think, hey, is becoming a mechanical engineer the end game? Is it what I'm destined to be? Do I go out and become a photographer? What is it? But, you know, that is a tough ask. Like ma'am asked me, from entrepreneur to writer, you know, it has always there been in me to jot down my thoughts, to present my thoughts, to somehow, you know, present what I'm thinking, what makes me happy to share. So, you know, it is a journey which happens. It's not going to happen overnight. It's a journey which starts, begins, there is a stoppage, and again it completes. So it's a continuous process which will happen, and you have to realize yourself. All I can say is never give up on your passion. It may not happen today. Like, you know, like if I were to ask you kids, what is your passion? I'm sure I'll receive some cool answers. What is the passion of anybody of you? What is it? Is it writing? Is it blogging? Is it... I'm not able to hear you, any one of you. But you know, like when we say what is your passion, we try to say something which is politically correct or which is in vogue. But what is your inner voice telling you? What is it you really want to become? Is it, you know, a friend of mine, he repairs gadgets, and he actually loved repairing gadgets. And then he went on, he didn't do any engineering, but he went on to set up one of the biggest repair shops of the city.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, my passion is of editing.
On?
Editing.
Editing. Editing
Yes.
what?
Sir, anime.
Oh. That's a beautiful thought. So what do you plan to do with it?
Sir, YouTube.
YouTube. You want to become a YouTuber?
Yes, sir.
So what is your plan to become a YouTuber? How do you plan to, by editing, by making videos, by, you know, churning out content?
Yes, sir. Sir, currently I'm a small YouTuber, very small.
Huh.
Very small YouTuber. I don't have much subscribers, but I love editing that anime character, so I love that thing.
Fantastic.
If I may ask, what anime character are you right now working on?
Sir, Gojo Satoru.
So no matter what you're working on, it should be, you should follow excellence. Like ma'am took the
Thank you,
example of
sir.
3 idiots, like in the beginning. Like you should follow your passion and you should aim for excellence. You know, I'll tell you something, a story. You know, like I'm very bad at making rotis. How many of you can make gol rotis? I can't make a gol roti for nuts. You know, when I make a roti, it's shaped like the map of Tanzania or like the map of Afghanistan or like some map wherever it doesn't exist. So what happened was one day I was making rotis and all of them were shaped imperfectly. At that point of time, a friend called me and I took out my anger on her. And my friend told me, hey, you don't have to be worked out because of this. All of us have our very own imperfections. Some of us can't create a PowerPoint presentation. Some of us can't edit something. Some of us can't say a joke. Some of us are introverts. All of us have our very own imperfections. But life is beautiful. Life is beautiful when we accept our very own imperfections. So when we accept our very own imperfections, I would say. So all of us have imperfections, but perfection lies in accepting your imperfections and working towards making it more beautiful. So that I would like to say, life is beautiful when we accept our very own imperfect rotis, follow your passion, listen to your inner voice, and make it happen. You can. Ultimately, it will happen. If not today, it will happen tomorrow. If not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. But you can, whatever you want. Believe in yourself. The mic has gone crazy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. With this, we are at the last phase of our panel discussion, and I'm sure all our students have really benefited a lot from the discussion here. Children, you can do a lot through in the career of literature. You can do a lot of things. All you need to do is just find your way to leverage your passion into the future that is rewarding and secure. Thank you. Now I would call upon Shashank sir to do the further proceedings. Sir, please.
Thank you, students. Your smile, your claps, and even someone burst out what is his passion shows that how much interest you have got it here. At the height of enjoyment, we have to stop it here. The time is the villain. We must have continued for a long time. However, we have traveled from Rancho, from Three Idiot to Hemingway to Elon Musk, and that is the power of literature. We can go anywhere at any time. However, it is time to pay our gratitude to our panelists, and for the purpose, I request Honorable Chairman, DAV College Nagar, Madan Mohan Panda sir, accompanied by respected Assistant Regional Officer, Madam Dr. Sujata, kindly be in the dais to felicitate our honorable panelists here, sir and ma'am. I also request the coordinator of the program, Mr. Mayuk Mishra sir, to accompany our dignitaries over here. So in front of us, with sir and ma'am, we have our panelists, Mr. Krishna Mohan Tata sir, Mr. Roshan Bisoi, Mr. Soumya Ranjan Jena, and Dr. Krishna Pradar Das. They are going to be felicitated with Uttarya as a mark of respect to all our loving panelists, enlightening us with their ideas and views. Madan Mohan Panda sir is felicitating Krishna Mohan Tata sir over here with Uttarya, and all the panelists are getting the respect from the school, our grace, our respect for all of them as a mark of respect. The Uttaryas are offered. We pay our prayers at the lotus feet of Lord. These people who have enlightened us with all this knowledge, for all these minutes with us, let them go higher and higher. We have got potted saplings for them, symbolizing growth. So let litters field not only grow for them, for all the students over here. And the school magazine. Thank you everyone for being such a beautiful part of this lovely discussion. I request all our dignitaries to kindly resume to their seats. Ma'am and sir, please. Now, I request my colleague, Mr. Sambit Sukumar Chinara sir, the head of the Department of English, to take over the proceedings for the next session, the most awaited session of book lunch. Sir, please.
Thank you, Sasank sir. Before we start with our last session, that is book lunch session, may I request Ms. Pratiksha Panda of Standard 12 for her performance poetry recitation here in front of the audience. May I invite Pratiksha Panda.
Good afternoon, everyone. The August gathering here. It feels so good to be on stage after a long time and address a huge gathering. Today, I'll be performing a poem. Of course, your guesses would be all right because it's one from my own collection. It's titled 7 Stages of Grief, Through the Veins into the Arteries. I shall begin the countdown of grief to the end as I finish this poem. 7. Grief is spelled with bruised tongues and tired mouths. It's the pill you're supposed to swallow but accidentally chew. And now, your mouth is sour and you're standing in a desert that hasn't seen water in the past days. 6. My father once told me how even burnt things leave a smell behind. How destruction smells like the memory wished to forget. Grief makes you stand on the terrace of a building that's starting to burn from the bottom, and you refusing to run for your life. 5. You'll try everything to rid yourself of this grief. Writing poetry, painting aqua green skies, gardening, sleeping till noon, making variations of Dalgona coffee, screaming, isolating. 4. None of the things will make it go away. The invisible wound of grief is a spiral that will keep swirling inwards until you press it. And then it will start bleeding all over again. 3. Grief is the plant you started watering without wanting to. It then grows into a tree that doesn't recognize spring or fall or autumn, just darkness. 2. Few years later, your children will play a game of catch under the same tree. They will learn how to spell grief before they understand what hope is supposed to sound like. 1. It's a part of you now, and I am terribly sorry, for I could initiate and never change it. 0. I hope the appalling fragrance of grief is taken away along with this poem from your garden of wilted roses. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratiksha, for such a wonderful rendition. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I, Sambit Sukumar Chinara, PGT English, once again welcome you all to the book lunch session of the maiden literary conclave organized by DAV Public School, Pokhariputt, as a pilot program at the school level in Odisha zone under the aegis of DAV United and DAV CAE. The main objective of this conclave is to provide exposure to our students to the world of literature, to facilitate them to interact with eminent authors, educationalists, actors, and so on, to develop a taste for literature. And before I continue with the further proceedings, may I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries. Now I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly grace the chairs on the dais. May I request Dr. Asim Ranjan Padhi sir, HOD Utkar University, to grace the chair on the stage. May I request our principal madam to kindly escort sir. I also request Professor Jatindra Kumar Naik on stage. I request Dr. Goparanjan Mishra sir. I request Chairman of DAV Kalinganagar, sir is already there on the stage. I request Ms. Jyoti Mishra, Madam, Principal, DAV Honorable, on stage. I also request Mr. Raut sir to proceed to the dais. Now I request on stage the authors whose books we are going to release today. I feel privileged to welcome on stage the panel of promising authors, Mr. Soumya Darshan Jena, Mr. A. Moyuk Mishra, Mrs. Archana Tiwari Madam, Ms. Sherry Mishra, and Ms. Pratiksha Panda, and Ms. Vaishnavi Rai.
Vaishnavi is only the audience. Ask her to come.
Yes. So may I request Vaishnavi to kindly come on the stage. Vaishnavi Rai of Standard 10. I'm also very glad to extend a hearty welcome to the principals, teachers from our sister concern schools for their enthusiastic presence. Lastly, I welcome all my colleagues, students for their meaningful presence over here. What can be more befitting than making this literary conclave memorable by launching the books penned down by the Dream Deviants of Pokariput, which include our adorable alumni, talented teachers, and stupendous students. For some of us, books are as important as almost anything else on the earth. What a miracle it is that out of these small, flat, rigid squares of paper unfolds world after world after world, worlds that sing to you, comfort and quiet or excite you. Books help us understand who we are and how we are to behave. They show us what community and friendship mean. They show us how to live and die. Yes, dear friends, it's apt for me now to introduce the first author to you, who is none other than a proud alumni of our school, of this great institution, Mr. Soumya Darshan Jena, a 2005 pass out from our very institution. Already you had a chance listening to him in the previous session. Mr. Soumya is a teacher, life skills trainer, and content writer who lives and works in the city of Bhubaneswar, which locally is his hometown. Born and brought up in the city of temples, he has been in love with literature and storytelling since childhood, trying persistently to observe and record the enthusiastic spirit of life and world around him. The woman, the lake, the sea, the woman is one of his first attempts at storytelling. Among other things in life, what he loves to do most is teach, travel, read, observe, tell stories, and what he believes more than anything else is new stories create new perspectives that help create a better world. So before we see the video and listen to Soumya, may I now request our esteemed chairman of DAV Kalinganagar, Srijukta Madan Mohan Pandit sir, and our madam Dr. Sujata and Soumya to be in the center of the stage for unveiling the book by cutting the ribbon. The title of the book, The Woman, the Lake, the Sea, the Woman. Now let's get a glimpse of the cover of the book. It's the most awaiting moment for an author, the book being unveiled. For the audience, congratulations, Mr. Soumya. We wish all the best. Thank you, sir and madam. Thank you, Soumya. Now let's have a quick glimpse of a video which introduce you the book for you.
The book that I have written, The Woman, the Lake, the Sea, the Woman, is a kind of a tribute to womanhood, to the spirit of womanhood. And along with that, I have written it in a way that is an ode and celebration of everything feminine in nature. It's part fantasy, part fairy tale, and a big part of mystery. The book has been written from the most honest part of my heart, and I do hope that when you read it, all the readers will feel the same kind of emotions that I felt while I was writing it. The illustrations that I have put in the book, and I have added my own illustrations, there are around 30 or 40 of them. I have meant the illustrations to be kind of enriching the text. So they explain some things that words cannot at times. So that was my main intention. So thank you, and I do hope that the book reaches you and it touches your heart.
This really looks so illustrious, the book. Now our second author of this glorious afternoon is our English teacher, Mr. Mayuk Mishra. He is a man with versatility. He is a passionate teacher, an avid reader, a quality counselor, a lovable life coach, and an amazing author. Before the sweet fragrance of his creation, Aurora, fill your heart with love and compassion. May I request our esteemed Dr. Goparanjan Mishra sir, and our principal madam, and Mayuk sir to be in the center of the stage for the book launch. The title of the book is Aurora, Late. The poems composed by Mayuk sir spread the message of love, compassion. Is formally being launched for the congratulations, Mayuk sir. It's really a very momentous occasion. It looks very colorful. So this is the replica of the book being unveiled. Thank you, madam and sir, for doing the honor. Now, let's have a quick view of the video in which Mayuk sir is introducing the book to you. Let's play the video now.
If you ask me,
Ayura is a journey of understanding the self. It is an exploration within oneself. If you allow Ayura to be, it's going to be your friend, your philosopher, your guide. So take this journey with me and allow yourself to be transported to a world where you are going to find all the answers to life questions. More importantly, you are going to discover an aspect of yourself which was unknown to you before. So I welcome you to this journey of exploration that is Ayura.
So congratulations, Mayuk sir. Next is the turn to introduce the third thrilling author, Miss Sherry Misra of Standard 12, who is ready to enthrall you with her horror stories collection, Mythified. She is gifted with many talents. She is a good orator, singer, artist, violinist, and chef. She has been greatly inspired by J.K. Rowling. Thus, she was introduced to the wizarding world of witches and magic enchantments. Her dream affairs with the horror characters provided her impetus to give shape to her horror story collection, Mythified. Now, to unveil the book, may I request Professor Jatindra Kumar Naik sir and our esteemed principal madam to unveil the book Mythified, written by Sherry Misra for the audience. Give a big hand. It's really a big achievement for Sherry Misra. This book will definitely enthrall you and can give you the thrilling experience. So congratulations, Sherry. It's a wonderful experience for anyone who aspires to get his first book published. Congratulations. Thank you, dignitaries. Now, let's have a quick glimpse in the form of a video what Sherry has to say about her book.
Hello, this is Sherry, and this is Mythified, my collection of horror stories. I thought it would be a good idea to read this in the dark for feels, but apparently I was wrong. You know what? Let me just turn on the lights first. By now, you must have known that I am a die-hard horror fan. After years of watching horror movies in the dark and reading about every supernatural event possible, this is what I came up with. If you must know, this book is oddly enchanting too. I found that once I open it, I just can't stop reading it. Stories set in places all around the world. Europe, Australia, Japan, Brazil, you name it. A cursed necklace, an enchanted mirror, a possessed treasure box left behind by pirates, and a haunted fort with a past that's even more terrifying. You'll find everything in here. But just be warned, this book is not for the faint-hearted. Only courage can help you get through it. Now, I must really get back to the book, It's calling me.
Such a wonderful introduction of her book. Congratulations, Sherry. Our next author is our Hindi teacher, Miss Archana Tiwari. Miss Archana Tiwari is a very talented Hindi teacher having a strong inclination towards literature and writing. She was born in a reputed family in UP. Her grandfather was awarded with Saraswati Samman for her contribution to literature. Many of her poems like Jindagi Ke Rang, Shaheedon Ki Nagme, Dhoop Chao have been published in numerous publications. She is also acting as the Secretary of State Rashtriya Kavi Sammelan for her contribution to Hindi literature. Today, her new book, Hridaya Uddhar, is going to be published, which is a collection of poems depicting feelings of women and the perception of society towards them. Now, to do the honor, may I request Madam Jyoti Mishra, Principal of DAV Public School, Anugul, and our Principal Madam and Archana Tiwari Madam to be in the center of the stage for the unveiling of her book, Hridaya Uddhar. Congratulations, madam. We are really proud of you. It's a wonderful achievement. Best wishes and congratulations. Now, let's get a quick glimpse of madam's book in the form of a video, short video.
मैं अर्चना तिवारी डीएवी पब्लिक स्कूल पोखरीपुर की हिंदी शिक्षिका हूँ। यह मेरी प्रथम एकल संकलन जो कि कविताओं का संकलन है, हृदय उद्गार, आप सबके समक्ष रख रही हूँ। हृदय उद्गार अर्थात मन की अभिव्यक्ति, और सच में इसमें मेरे भाव प्रस्तुत हैं। मेरे कविता के विषय नारी, प्रेम, माँ, पिता, गुरु इत्यादि से जुड़े हुए हैं, जो हर किसी के जीवन के इर्द गिर्द ही होते हैं। आशा करती हूँ मेरी यह पुस्तक पढ़कर आप सभी को अच्छा लगेगा और आप सब भी उस मनोभाव तक जरूर पहुँचेंगे। तो आप सबके लिए मेरी पुस्तक हृदय उद्गार, मन की अभिव्यक्ति।
Once again, congratulations, madam. Our fifth author is another student from Standard 12, Ms. Pratiksha Panda. She has started writing especially poems from her tender age when she was just 8. She believes that everything around us has a deep sense of emotion. She is also a good orator. She is ever smiling, and patience is her strength. Today, her new book, a collection of poems filled with nostalgia, Herat, is about to be unveiled. So, to do the honor, may I request Dr. Asim Ranjan Padhi sir, Head of the Department, Utkal University, and our Principal Madam, and Pratiksha Panda, the boarding author, for the book launch session. Congratulations, Pratiksha. Definitely your book will feel nostalgia in the readers. Thank you, dignitaries. Now let's watch this video to know what Pratiksha has to say about her book.
Hi everyone, I'm Pratiksha. Well, if you're wondering what I was doing just now, so as always, I was composing a really beautiful poem. So before that, I will let you know about a special piece of my heart, a collection of poems, Hirayat. So what makes Hirayat different than others is the fact that it has your home in it. Starting from your cup of tea that you see every day prepared for you in the kitchen, to the bottles of soft drinks you'll ever buy for the uninvited guest, to the emotions you would share with just a few people and the face you would always show up in front of them. This is all Hirayat will ever have. This is what Hirayat is meant to be.
So may your writings touch many hearts. Pratiksha, congratulations. Now time has come to introduce the sixth author, a student of Standard 10, Miss Vaishnavi Rai, the youngest of all. According to Vaishnavi, people think she is a second copy of a koala because she is lazy. She loves swimming, dancing and traveling. Writing and reading makes her mood. The book, I Wish, The Game of Destiny, is her maiden book. This book revolves around a mixture of emotions. It particularly shows the purest bond of siblings. It shows how they are inseparable. Now, in order to launch this new book, may I invite in the center of the stage Mr. L.K. Raut sir, former principal and our principal madam, and Vaishnavi, Miss Vaishnavi, for the book launch. The title of the book, I Wish, The Game of Destiny. Congratulations, Vaishnavi. She has miles to go. This is the first maiden step as an author. She may accomplish many more glories through her writings. Your big hand for her. Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, Vaishnavi. Now, let's quickly watch a video. Hear what Vaishnavi has to say about her book.
Hello, this is Vaishnavi and this is my first ever book, I Wish. It's the Game of Destiny. Well, since my childhood, I'm a complete book lover and I had always thought of writing a book, like a fictional book. The story went something like this. When I was young, I had always craved for the love of an elder brother. And, bound to live in the reality, I had to bury this deep down in my heart. But then I realized that I had to make myself feel light. So I came up with this book, I Wish, and this book completely shows the life of an inseparable siblings, the way they were pure, the bond was so pure, like that way I wanted to have with my siblings. When people ask about first love, most of the people answer the first love is the soulmates. But this book shows how inseparable and how the Mishra siblings were each other's lifeline. Well, I'm in love with this book completely now. And I can hear this calling me to drown in its pages. Well, who knows? The next one might be you, who the book is going to call.
So once again, congratulating Vaishnavi. With this, we have come to the end of the book launch session. Before the curtains of this literary conclave fall, may I take this opportunity to felicitate all these young budding authors. To do the honor, may I request our esteemed chairman, Kalinganagar, Madan Mohan Pandit sir, and our principal madam to acknowledge the efforts of these authors with some tokens of love and appreciation. We wish them all the success and their creations, their books to touch million hearts. May they grow as authors, as writers in the time to come. They are being felicitated with a potted sapling, an epitome of growth. May I request Asim sir to kindly felicitate our young authors with some tokens of love and appreciation. Sir, please. I also request Jatindra Kumar Naik sir. Okay. So Vaishnavi is being felicitated by Asim sir with an Uttariya. Give a big hand. And also potted sapling. It's a mark of tradition for her bright future and prosperity in life. May I now request Jatindra sir to kindly felicitate Miss Pratiksha Panda being felicitated with an Uttariya. Congratulations, Pratikya. Give a big hand for her. And also a potted sapling, a symbol of growth, prosperity. Now may I request Madam Jyoti Mishra, Principal of DAV Onugul, to felicitate Madam Archana Tiwari with an Uttariya and also a book, Let Them Fly, My Tryst with Kids, written by Dr. Nisha Patient Madam, Director, PS2, DAV CMC, New Delhi. May I now request Mr. L.K. Raut sir to felicitate Mr. Moik Mishra with an Uttariya and also a potted sapling, a symbol of growth and prosperity, and also a book titled Let Them Fly by our Nisha Patient Madam, Director, DAV CMC, PS2. May I now request Goparanjan Mishra sir to kindly come forward to felicitate Mr. Soumya Darshan for his accomplishment as an author to the book. It's a matter of pride to offer our best wishes and congratulations to Master Soumya Darshan being felicitated with an Uttariya, with a potted sapling and the book Let Them Fly by Nisha Patient Madam. It's a wonderful moment to capture. With this, we come to the end of the So this moment is being captured to cherish in future. Congratulations everyone. Thank you all the dignitaries. So with this, finally we have come to the end of this literary conclave. So now may I take this opportunity to convey our heartiest gratitude to all our invited dignitaries, Dr. Aship Ranjan Padhi sir, Dr. Jatindra Kumar Naik sir, Dr. Goparanjan Mishra sir, Sri Madan Mohan Panda sir, Chairman DAV Kaliganagar, Ms. Jyoti Mishra, Madam Principal Dr. Anugul, Mr. L.K. Raut sir, former Principal, our esteemed Principal Madam, all the esteemed principals, teachers from our sister concern, all the authors present on the stage, all my colleagues and students for their enthusiastic presence and making this program a grand success. Thank you everyone. I also convey my gratitude to all those like function department, prize section, all the teachers associated and also all the support staff, those who have rendered their services for making this program a grand success. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Dear students and teacher, from morning 11 o'clock till 4 p.m. Meticulously it was planned and on time we have tried to complete it. This planning was not overnight. Months back, we had planned it out. Your Mayuk sir took all the initiative to invite the panelists, to collect the young authors. He has been working day in and day out single-handedly, of course, with the cooperation of the English department. So I would like to place on record the kind of work which has been done by the English department led by Mr. Mayuk. So it's a lesson to all of us that if we really want to do something good, you need to plan it beforehand. Only when you plan it properly, then the execution part will be easy. When we thought of it first, we didn't know how it would go. We were very, very apprehensive. Never we conducted such a conclave. 2 years of pandemic has stopped everything offline. It took us some time to settle those things. The tables, the chairs, the clothes, everything. 2 years it was dumped in some rooms. So recently we are trying to settle everything, and I'm very happy that this conclave has come out very, very successfully. Thank you, all of you, my team, my student, my Group D employees, everyone associated with this program. Without your cooperation, this one-day conclave would never have been successful. And my gratitude to Sri Madan Mohan Panda sir. You can see him right from morning 11 o'clock. In fact, he reached at around 10:30. Still, you can see his immense involvement, sitting and watching each and every program. So this is a lesson for all of us. Age is not a factor. It's not only a number. And I'm really grateful, indebted to all the three luminaries, I must say. I got an opportunity to read in English department, Bani Bihar, and of course, we are closely associated with Goparanjan sir and Jatin sir, not much with Asim sir, but very soon we are going to involve him also. I'm very grateful to all of you, sir, and I'm also grateful to two of my colleague principals, Mrs. Jyoti Mishra and Mr. N.K. Raut sir, and of course the young panelists. All of you are sitting right in front of me for the wonderful interaction which we had, and we are going to make it a yearly affair. And I want next time, I want my children to be sitting here, not there. So please gear up, be ready. Instead of inviting others, I want you to take up this conclave and start doing it. This is the right age for you to do such type of activities. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Bande Utkala Janani. If I have left out anyone, I'm maybe excused. And all the teachers who have come from Cuttack, Bhubaneswar to witness this program, it gives us a motivation and encouragement that we may be placed in different places, but we are united. Be it any occasion, we make it a point to be a part of such program. I hope the takeaways from this conclave will be of some use, and when you do it in your own school, you are going to certainly add some spice and flavor to it. Thank you all. Thank you all.